We're gonna start a little early. Watching the end of CitizenCon here. I was hoping it was going to end before I wanted to start, but it didn't, so we will just start and watch the end of CitizenCon together.
Lifestyle, a glimpse at how the outposts and the space stations have evolved since we saw them at last year's CitizenCon 2951. Now, if you've been following our program today, you might think this is it. We're near the end, but we've got one more special surprise in store. Joining us on the show today are two people who probably need no introduction, but we're going to do it anyway. Founder and CEO, Mr. Chris Roberts.
Hello, everyone. How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm doing good, Jared.
Welcome to the spaceship. Welcome back to the spaceship. You opened the show today.
I know.
And Squadron 42 game director, Mr. Richard Tyrer.
Hello, how's it going?
Good. This is your first time on the spaceship.
It is. It is.
What you think?
I think it's very nice. Very
really
comfortable.
I'm just going to ask everybody how it thinks all day. So Chris, Rich, you're here. Are we going to talk a little bit about Squadron 42? Is that what we're doing right now?
Well, yes and no. So both me and Rich have been our heads down working really hard on Squadron as well as helping out on the PU. And one thing that we've thought that would maybe better to reiterate is there's a huge amount of work that we're doing on Squadron that is going to make a massive difference to Star Citizen, the PU. And we wanted maybe to talk about some of the things that we're doing, because I know a lot of people say, well, everyone's working on Squadron, no one's working on the PU, and that's not really true, because a huge amount of the core gameplay that we're working on Squadron is specifically being built not just for Squadron, but to benefit the PU, and we're just doing it in sort of the test kitchen of Squadron to allow us to really, polish and make sure the features work well without having to be caught up in the sort of quarterly release cycle that you have on the PU.
I just want Pyro. Just give me Pyro.
To really finish the features out. You know, we'd get a tier 0 out, and then it would just sort of sit around for a while because everyone was rushing on to the next set of features they wanted to do. And for Squadron, obviously, it's shipping as a final polished AAA title, so everything needs to be really put together, working really well, and playing great. And so we're trying in the setup that we're doing now to do that for the features that we've identified that we need to make sure works really well for Squadron, but also will play across into the PU. And so we thought it'd be really useful to come by and tell you all about some of the subtle things and the gameplay aspects that we're working on that maybe you haven't heard from Todd or Tony or everyone else that today and during the ISCs, because we sort of try to keep the Squadron stuff close to our chest to really sort of surprise and impress people when we do it. And so, we thought, why don't we just come by and maybe just talk about little things, maybe show you a sneak peek of something here and there, and not everything, because we're trying to keep it close to our chest until it's really ready to let the baby out of the carriage and it's beautifully dressed and all the rest of it. But hopefully it'll give you guys some insight to what's happening, and also understand that a huge amount of the development resources, even if you think they're working on Squadron, are ultimately working on stuff that will be in the persistent universe.
So let's talk a little bit more about that before we jump into the actual features. This co-development has been part of the process since the project was first introduced 10 years ago. Congratulations on 10 years, by the way. Rich, talk to me a little bit about this co-development. You started with the PU, and then you've now gone over to the Squadron 42. So you've worked in both. You've worked in both environments. You know the struggle of T0 features and the quarterly releases for the PU, and now you're getting to kind of, your experience is different on Squadron. Talk to me about how that's changed and how it's still, work for one still benefits the other, or will ultimately.
Well, when I worked on the PU, it wasn't really the PU or Squadron. It was always, we were working on features that pushed for both projects. So the focus when we were on the PU, or when we were more PU focused, was that we would make sure that we were getting features up and running, developed to the specifications that we needed them to work in a multiplayer environment, and then getting them out into the audience's hands, on quarterly releases. But the biggest issue, I think, if you've seen me doing talks on SC Live over the years, or even in some of our retrospectives, is that we'd get features, and the way that our, CIG is set up is we have feature teams and we have content teams. So what would happen is we'd develop a feature and then we'd push it to the live audience to get feedback around that feature, but there would almost be a lag with the importance of that feature and turning that from a singular thing into an experience, a gameplay experience that you'd go and enjoy and play as a part of a fun game. So we always had this lag where content teams were then trying to get on top and then use the feature, and we were trying to change the feature. So I think this kind of pulled it back a bit, allowed us to really focus on both the content and the feature at the same time, because it allowed us to bring it under one umbrella, which is Squadron 42. So we were able to get that feature in the game, not as a T0, but as a fully whole, capable gameplay experience that, myself, Chris, we can play and enjoy it and go, is this right? Do we need to make it better? How does it feel? And also prove that out with the content that we want. So once we've then developed that and honed it and, almost cast it in that iron, in the crucible kind of thing, we can then move it into the PU, and ultimately, it's not that they're going to get features later, because they would have had them probably earlier, but just not ready. Or I can pick a few features right now where you think, well, there's not really a huge purpose for them. Mounted guns is a good example. It's not really a huge purpose for them in the PU right now, but we're making sure that any feature that we work on has that purpose. So when it does go into the PU, into the game, people can use it and experience it how we wanted it to be designed and how we wanted it to be, because we struggle a few times.
Yeah.
Say, for
Really
example,
want the
active
new
stasis is
bunkers.
a good example. We have this vision
Anybody's
of
been
how
watching
it
this.
sits across this broad spectrum of the game, but we're having to piecemeal it in. And that never really gives you the true intentions of where we want to go. And I think this allows us to do that in Squadron, really hone it down, and then give it to the PU audience.
They're just
And
fleshing that out now. That's not going to
fundamentally,
be
it's
for a
better
long time.
the development of the features, and it's better for the gameplay experience that will both players will experience in both products.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. Is that it's before we were developing the sort of features in isolation, and then they sort of went in to try to get used in Squadron and try to get used in the PU, but they weren't really developed iteratively with content, and so that's the reason why we sort of pulled back some of the stuff and are working on Squadron, is because then we can iterate it with actual gameplay content, which is what Rich is talking about, to make sure it feels well and right, with the time to bake it in without having to feel like, oh, okay, we've got a quarterly release out. And because there's a lot that goes on with the quarterly release in terms of it's not just that one feature. There's all these other things that go into it, and there's a whole process of publishing and splitting off the streams, and so there's a huge amount of effort and work every time you do one of these releases. That sort of eats into your development time in terms of doing the feature, and so pulling it out of that sort of loop.
This
and
game better
saying,
be
okay, we're gonna work with
game-changing
Squadron
when
to
it comes
really
out.
Make it polished, so it's like not a T0 version.
They've just
We've
been
really
working
got it
on
down.
this
It
for
feels
so
good.
long.
You like playing it. This is fun. This is challenging. It feels good.
You'd hope they're getting close.
Is the benefit, I think, that's happening with us on Squadron. When we're seeing it on our side, I know it can be a bit frustrating for everyone on the other side, because we're sort of telling you, oh, yeah, it's going to be much better than you've got right now. But we are very aware of a lot of, say, usability issues, user experience issues that we are addressing right now in Squadron specifically for both Squadron and the PU that's going to, and we'll show you a couple of little things that will help with that today. But essentially, if you think of core gameplay in terms of,
Sorry guys, I want to really finish watching this.
Sort of the actor.
I don't mean to drag you into it, but we'll get the playing in a little bit. Hopefully this doesn't have too much longer.
Interacting with things, the vehicle stuff, which like John Crew heads up, but the whole vehicle systems, and you've already seen some presentations today on things that are very specific to vehicles. Like the sort of need for multiple speeds, and also the resource network, which is going to first roll out in vehicles, but it's going to be universal. All those are sort of core gameplay systems that we have. And so what's happening now is that we're taking some of these systems and really just making them work well for Squadron, and then bam, they're going to come across into the PU. Another good example, which hasn't been talked today very much by on the vehicle side of the Need for Speed, but you probably saw, in the different modes, there needs to be more stuff on the HUD, and we've got a whole redesign that's happening on the HUD and the MFDs that's going to be very different than what you have now. First of all, it's using universal building blocks instead of what some of the legacy stuff has in Flash, but it's going to be much more minimalist depending on what your context is. It's going to be, depending on what equipment you have, you may be able to cache some stuff to your device.
Well, giving me the ability of truly exporting my MFDs.
We're building this system to work well in all the ships you use in Squadron, and then it will get rolled out to the PU, which has obviously much wider range ships. But as
it'd be great to have secondary screens that actually have like your radar and stuff like that on them.
There's a lot of things, people have talked about the star map forever, or
these fake
that has definitely been amazing.
Shards
right now, I think
with
3
game glass, which all that is hotkeys.
A couple of visualists on it that we're really sort of working to make, the new star map, which people haven't had. It's been in development yet. We're not quite ready to show you today, but that is a much improved experience. But all of it, so navigation,
definitely need to improve the star map.
Combat, the whole feel of it, all things that we're really focusing on here to bring across into the PU after we've got it working really well in Squadron. And so I think ultimately it's going to be good for the PU, and a lot of things are going to sort of come together over the next couple of years. We're pretty excited. So we wanted to visit you and talk a little bit about it.
I think there is 2 common themes that I think you'll see throughout the entirety of this talk as well. One is the fact that it's how we develop the features. That
turn down my air purifier.
We've got the microscope of that specific feature, but it's how they all interact together to create the game. So it's about bringing them all together to create that gameplay experience. And number 2 is that none of these are like, oh, we're going to get to this in however time, and we're going to work on that. All of the stuff that we'll talk about today is stuff that we're actively working on, and not in the inception, but we have in our hands. We can play it, we can see it, we're feedbacking on it. So it's something that we're fairly advanced along, and so hopefully we'll be able to pull back the curtain a little bit.
Yeah, that said, some of the things that we're going to talk about, and I think we're about ready to start getting into it here. Some of the things will have aspects to show. Some things won't have aspects to show, like the star map, like Chris just said and whatnot. Some of the things will be presented in test maps because we don't want to give away any Squadron 42 specific locations and stuff like that. That said, I think we can maybe show some stuff in Asiato because people have
we already showed one location.
So you guys ready to this enough preamble?
Let's go.
Let's start with Rich, you were the AFT guy. Now you're the whole Squadron game guy. But let's start with something that affects everybody. This is a first-person universe, after all. Let's talk about the FPS radar and the player interaction system stuff. What can you tell us about how this has evolved?
Well, it's interesting because we obviously, I think I've given a talk on FPS radar and scanning in the past, and I think the biggest thing that when we look at what Star Citizen is now, what's the first thing that you do? You're in your bed. How do you interact with the game? How do you interact with the environment that's around you? Doors, getting into your ship, how do you interact with kiosks? And a lot of the thing that we realized is that, and it's not something new, it's just something we've always wanted to get to, is how does the player interface with the game? How do they translate their controls and what they want them to do, ultimately in the universe that they're playing And how does that then translate in the computer game so that it does what you expect it to do? And I think one of the biggest things was the player interaction experience, where we kind of use this terminology to understand, like, that's like interact mode, personal inner thought, you know, the player interaction system, all of these umbrella systems that kind of sit underneath this main kind of like saga, shall we say. And I think that's one of the things that we really want to improve and make better, because I think it's lacking right now. If you go and walk around the universe, you know, generally having to go into interact mode, having to use the cursor, having to select things, you know, and we've spent a lot of time
Looks like
trying to
we
make
have
the
to
world
cut all this
physical
out later.
and feel right and immersed, that you're immersed in it.
Well, that you can interact with things, like the props are interactable.
Exactly.
You can do things. You can push things around. You can move them. I mean, the whole goal is to make it a sort of physically living universe.
Exactly.
That you can interact with to a level that in most FPS games you don't, right? Because most FPS games you run around, you shoot things. Maybe you pick up a gun that gets dropped, but you generally most everything.
Hopefully they
static.
get the
And
cargo
our goal
refactor working.
definitely for the PU, it's one of the reasons why we're doing the persistent. You know, the whole idea of persistent streaming and later on the server meshing is to have this fully persistent universe that, yeah, you can push the chairs around, or that cup I could take off your desk and take to my spaceship instead of your spaceship, Jared. and it will be there and it'll persist. So obviously interacting with things is a huge deal. In Squadron, we have a huge amount of physical puzzles, interactions, in a level that I haven't seen in a lot of FPS games. So it's almost like a sort of story game and a puzzle game and a traversal game and a combat game and a stealth game and a flight game all rolled into one. And so we need systems that are easy to use. And you know, currently what we have, ideas were good, but it's pretty clunky. So we've been really focusing on it, because also we want you to be able, keyboard, mouse. What if you joystick? What if you have a gamepad? We need to make sure all that stuff works well. So we don't want to have 400
True gamepads.
presses you have to remember to do stuff, and we don't want it to take forever to interact and do stuff. And so we've really been thinking about it. Those are, by the way, have been large complaints on the PU, just getting in. New person getting into the game, like, how do I get out of bed? How do I do some basic stuff? How do I understand? You know, right now it's sort of trial by fire. I mean, I think, you know, there's a lot of people, it's almost like, you know, I don't know whether it's a From Software thing where it's like, oh, I managed to beat the challenge of Star Citizen and I actually got to my ship. But
maybe watch a
we need
video on
make
how
that
to play the
better.
game
So that
before
is
you
actually
play
one
the
of
game.
The big things we've been focusing on, and the player interaction system. And by the way, these have been plans that have been around for quite a while.
Absolutely.
And you know, Rich, back when he was in charge of sort of the core gameplay group, which was the AFT and the weapon.
But this isn't a fleshed out game
the
yet.
actor tech team and stuff. That was on the list of things to do. It just, you know, because of what we talked about, the release cadence in Star Citizen on the alpha, it just, you know, didn't get to it yet. Well, we're getting to it now, and you know, we're working on it. So I mean,
part of it is basically removing the barrier. Yeah. So removing the clunkiness, as Chris said, to how to interact with with the environment. So what we've kind of gone to, we've gone to kind of this weighted system. So if you're walking over to a trolley, you know, you shouldn't have to like look exactly at the handle to be able to go, oh, I want to use the trolley. You just want to be able to go over there, and the game, you go, I want to interact with the trolley. You just press F, and the game should know, yeah, they want to interact with the trolley. So if I'm looking at your desk, for example, you've got quite a lot of things that I could pick up and take and do whatever I want. But you want to be able to just walk over there and not have to go into a mouse cursor mode to be able to then select it. And you should just be able to go, I want to
The only thing I want on that desk is the bobblehead.
I want to look at, you know, your little mini ship over there, or the book, or your coffee cup, or whatever. And you just want to be able to go and look at those things, press F, and you need confidence that when you're looking at something, and you know, we have the user interface to tell you that yes, this is the thing that you're going to pick up, and you don't want to have to go into this separate mode to be able to do that. So I think that's one of the fundamental things on the player interaction experience, and that's such a pervasive system across the entirety, because it's the same when you're in a cockpit. Or you're walking around, or you're in EVA, or you're crouched, or you're prone, or all the different environments that you're in. You need to be able to just effortlessly interact with the game world, and you want it to just feel natural and immersed, because you want to get involved in what you're doing in the gameplay, not have to fight the controls. And then on the other side of things, which is FPS radar and scanning, it's actually kind of being split into kind of a twofold. The first area is kind of what we're calling kind of like a quick scan.
You think they'd be
This is
working on
something
VR
that,
more?
Again, if you think of the Star Citizen universe, it's very detailed. You know, that's one of our strengths, that we're detail at scale. And so you want to be able to go
Having
in
the eye
and
tracker
understand all the
certainly
individual
helps,
pieces.
even though I never use
I want
it.
to move that thing, or I want to go and get in a giant ship. But sometimes it's quite difficult to realize, okay, what is environment, or what is interactive, or which bits are relevant to me. You know, for example, if you look at Uncharted, they have, you know, painted areas to show you where you need to go and where you need to navigate. But, you know, that's not Star Citizen. Star Citizen is built on realism and the reality of the world. So what we want to do is have kind of like the radar and scanning system where you can do this kind of like quick ping or quick scan wave, single button, and that is kind of just for your local environment, and everything will then be tagged as you
How
look
about just
at
give
it.
me a
So
fucking
kind of, you know, I look
compass?
at the camera, it'll come out and
I
it'll have
mean,
a little box, info box.
I'd love to
and it'll
know
say,
which
okay, this
direction
is
I'm heading while I'm
this
walking.
information. And it's almost like you've done a little mini scan on the camera, but it's happening for everything around you. And you can just quickly look around and be like,
GT,
oh,
what's
there's a
going on,
possible
man?
surface there because I want to be able to use my multi-tool cutter. Oh, there's a vent there that I can get access to. Oh, there's a terminal there that
That's
I can
Mr.
hack.
Chris
And I'm
Roberts.
getting
You
that
talking about the guy in
information. It's almost
black?
like that Blade Runner-esque of like, I go into a space and I can go, okay, what are the ingredients that I have to play with as a player for me to be able to progress?
Or are you
to the
talking
next
about the
area?
guy behind the
And then
desk?
we've got the other side of things, which is radar and scanning, which is what we're calling like a
Dude all in
charge
black
scan
is
wave,
Chris
where
Roberts.
it's the same system. You're holding
That's the
down
guy
the
who's
scan button,
developing
it's
the
actually
game.
out across wider areas, and that's where you're looking at, you know, individuals. You're getting, you know, okay, there's two guys over there. What's their details? Oh, there's an NPC over there. Okay, I can see an
This is the
objective I
last
need
bit
to
of
And
Citizen
that's a bit
Con.
more because
I was
that's
hoping it was
that's
going to
more
end
gameplay
before I went
intensive.
live, but
That's
it
something
hasn't.
that's going to be
It's
more
the
old school warfare.
last little
That's
bit.
like, okay, I'm giving my location away, but they're also, so they may or may not, you know that they've been scanned. If it's a player, they absolutely will be. And that's
What have you
all
been up to?
underpinned off the signature system that we do for radar and scanning of the ships.
Go ahead, man. They're on
So it's
Twitch
all
right now.
systemic. It's not, we have to go in and
Just
go,
look
oh,
up Star
it's
Citizen.
this custom
It'll pull up
setup.
this.
So we have this kind of
So look.
usability aspect for radar and scanning for people to be able to go in and understand. You know, I think there's
Live.
been plenty of Reddit posts over the years of people go, oh, I wish scanning, you know, radar and scanning would do this and show me a little info.
And trust me, it ain't
Yeah,
worth
we have
bitching
that
in
up and
this
running. So
rolling chat,
there's
man.
that aspect of it, which kind of ties in with the player interaction experience of how you play the game and how do you understand what you need to do. And then there's the other side of things.
You can
which
open
then
two
is
tabs
more
at
of a
once.
Proactive tool of you looking through the environment and finding what you want.
We have a couple of
I
videos.
mean, what are you
which,
using for a
some
browser, man?
videos of
Oh,
those.
you on your
So I
phone?
understand we have two videos. What's this first one we're going to look at?
So the first one is more kind of showing what I described as
Gotcha.
radar and scanning, that first aspect. So you're going into a space, you're doing a quick scan wave, and then it's quickly showing you up the little bits that you can interact with.
All right, let's take a look at FPS radar and Pi 1.
This should
So
be
you can see
interesting.
here, this is in Asiado, which we've already showcased. But this is obviously going in and utilizing some of our new building blocks UI for the doors.
What
And
a
then here's the
compass.
scan wave, and you can see that I'm looking at that data pad, and then you can move around. And it's giving me that information. So right now, it's just giving you the basic high-level information in terms of the names and things.
Penguin.
But you will also have more detailed information depending on, you know, contextually what the item is. And what you're seeing here is part of the player interaction system. So you can just, even though that's kind of a complex area, there's lots of little things that you can interact with. But you're getting confidence of, oh, cool, I can grab that, or I can use the data pad.
Oh, Jesus. For
And
what now?
You're not having to go into interact mode. You're not having to be driven by the cursor. You can go in and just press F or interact with it. And
Hopefully everything's
you've probably seen
okay.
this in plenty of AAA games, but they don't have the detail and at scale that we do. So we wanted to make sure that that system is really robust. But hopefully it gives you kind of an idea of.
And I'd also say that like part of the idea is that there's the default action, which in this case is what you see when you're on it when it says grab or I think there's a few other ones that you can use your default action. But the icon, if you just had a single disk with.
Oh, he had like a
that wasn't
fracture or
broken,
something.
then there would be, there's only
Didn't
one
he?
thing you can do with it. In a lot of those cases, you could see
Have
there
to
was
put a pin in or something?
Disk in 4 pieces, which was basically saying that's a multi-action. So as you look at it, if, for instance, in that case, if you hit F, it does the default action. If you held F, it would bring up the modular wheel that would show you the other actions. So you could maybe equip it versus grab it or whatever you would do. And so the idea is just like you can do in like, Rich was talking about a lot of other sort of AAA, even console games. You walk around, you look around. Oh, look, I can extra do something with it, right? So there's a bit of that that's happening here. So you can just look around and I can interact without having to hold F, move your mouse around and all the rest of stuff. I mean, we'll still have the overall interact mode that you can go into if you want, but the idea is I just play around if I'm used to playing games a certain way. So there is a certain language of, I think, FPS or even third-person games that exist right now, and we don't want to like do something totally different to it because people are used to playing games a certain way. It's like why in an FPS game you run around with WASD and use a mouse because so many people are used to it. And so we're leaning a little bit onto that, but trying to make it much more usable and work with inside a much more powerful system than you typically get in games. And so even there, you saw there's a lot of interactables. You look at it.
Good to know he's okay.
Do all these different
Hopefully
things.
he'll heal quick.
And hopefully it'll be much more intuitive for players in Squadron or Star Citizen.
And that default item actions is a good point, because that's also something we've gone to and we're changing in the fact that we want everything to have a default action that essentially you go over, you press F, it always does that default action. But let's say you're harvesting harvestables and you want, the
harvesting
harvestables and puts it into your hand, but you want it to always be to store into your backpack. You'll actually be able to go in there, right click on the item, when you're in interact mode, bring up the wheel, or like Chris says, hold F and just it will bring up the wheel. And that will replace that list that we have currently right now. And you'll actually be able to remap that in the game, like 3 clicks, and you go, I don't want it to be pick up into my hand. I want it to go straight into my backpack, because that's what you're doing right there. So then you can go and have it, it allows us to give the interaction system how we want it to be.
That won't be bad.
By default. But then it puts the onus on the player. If they want it to go, they want a weapon to always go to their backpack because they're happy with the weapons they've already got and they're going looting, they just want it all to be store, they can do that out of the gate so it doesn't always go into their hands. And they have that customizability to be able to interact with the environment and the objects that they're looking at.
Before we move on, we have a second video.
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't seen this one. You want to set it up, or you want to just go into playing it?
Sure.
Play it when you
Yeah,
talk
play
about
it. So I mean, the second one essentially.
Yeah, luckily most of my breaks never needed a cast except for my my collarbone break. Technically, is supposed to have screws in it, but I never got it done. That was at this point like 10-something years ago. So
but you're also now getting information.
It's trashed.
The enemies and the AI and what's out there. So it's a wider and broader.
I don't even want to get an X-ray on it to see what it looks like right now.
Whether it's X-ray vision,
Probably horrible.
through the wall, but you could track someone on the other side of a wall, but you're doing the charge scan, which is much more risky because it's noisy, and if people go, oh, someone's scanning, maybe there's someone over there and they can track you down. But it'd be useful in like when you're stealthing around, it's like you're going to go around a corner, you don't know if there's some enemies around the corner and you want to find out, you use this.
It's very useful.
Yeah.
Oh Christ, what the hell's his name?
Because,
Jared, he's basically like
we're trying to have a certain amount
the
of
project
realism,
manager, I guess
not
you'd
just,
say.
Go and gun down 400 people. So we want you, when you're in situations, you're outnumbered and you have to.
Well, yeah, especially considering it broke horizontally,
FPS,
not vertically.
Run and gun shooter.
Bring it to the point of realism.
And it's at the end of the collarbone too, so like it messed up.
Fun stuff, games.
Right, so
Messed
I wanna
up
see this
the
stuff. I haven't seen it yet. Let's
placement of
roll
my
up
one
PhD.
shoulder. Yeah, it's all fucked up.
So what you're seeing here is that he's going to do a scan wave in a moment. Essentially what you'll see is that it's now penetrating through the walls, and now you can start to see the slavers that are in this environment. Now these slavers don't necessarily have a radar scanner, so they're not able to pick you up. So what will happen is when you do a scan wave or a charge scan wave, your signatures will basically skyrocket. So that's what will give you away to other people. So in the PvP environment, you're only getting, it's a big risk. If you want to do it, but you're giving away your location.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
If you're willing to do that, then so
It
be
already
it.
sucks.
But in a more of a PvE environment, what we're going to do is we're going to have tailored. Some enemies will have radar scanning and some won't. So if they do, then they'll be like, hey, I've just been pinged, and they'll get your location, and then they'll go and investigate. So what you're seeing here, on that video is kind of a more wider, broader area and seeing through the walls, whereas the first one is kind of a more limited scope. And you can, it's up to the player to choose which one they want to do. The first one is really more about just, we want to encourage the player to go into an environment and go, okay, cool, I'm in this room. What things do I have to interact with? And then the second one is more of a wider scope, like Chris said. When we're playing our stealth levels, you need to have kind of a good understanding of where they are. And it's only temporary. And
There's
you
going to be
will
a
have
ship
cooldown
sale
on
most
that-
likely
on
after
that charge
this,
sound wave, so you're not just going to be able to spam it there.
when all
forever.
this
It's
is
like
done.
you get a temporary
Usually at
picture,
the
and you go,
end of
"Cool, we've
Citizen
got this
Con, they put
snapshot,
all the
and
ships
now I'm
on
gonna,
sale,
make
like
my move."
for real money.
So while we're still here on the first-person experience, the player experience, let's stick to a couple more topics that are related just to the player before we move.
There's already a
into
couple of
new
ships
stuff.
that they've
Ledges and ladders.
shown and released on
You know,
this
everybody knows the struggles
that are now
of,
available.
elevators
They're still in
the
concept,
universe,
but
but
you
that's
can buy
not
them
the
right
only
now.
way to, traverse the universe to get around and stuff. I understand that you guys have made a number of improvements to mantling over ledges and how to use ladders.
I mean, Legend and Ladders is kind of
The best game I ever played.
It's like a
when I was
board
growing
game.
up.
Yeah,
Just-
Yeah, I was about to say something
It's
similar.
kind of a two features
Like
that we're
Chutes and
focusing
Ladders?
on. But I mean, as Chris said, in terms of Squadron development, we're looking at improving the entirety of the traversal experience. How does the player move, and just from general locomotion and how that feels, and then in terms of the traversal moves, so vaulting, mantling, ladders, and so on and so forth. So one of the two areas that we've identified that we wanted to push for was for ledges, which is we wanted you to be able to, I've slightly misjudged my jump because I'm in first person, I can't see my feet. And it's it's kind of frustrating.
This guy trying to say like your foot will catch the rail and you'll fucking face
put my
plant.
hands out and grab it, right? So that's the first part, that we can actually grab onto ledges now that you're falling past, so that you can actually then pull yourself up, which adds it's to be honest, it's huge. Like we've built traversal levels now, and it's the difference is night and day, because when you're in a first person, it's very difficult to judge like right on the edge. So we can add a bit more challenge to the traversal, so that you're actually moving around with ledges and grabbing and pulling yourself up. And then the other side of things, which doesn't necessarily sound that interesting in terms of, it's improved ladders. But again, if you play the star system right now, you get onto a ladder, you're looking bolt straight forward at the wall, you're locked, you can't look around, you have no spatial awareness. It's just, that's it. You're locked in. You can't get off halfway. You can't jump off. It's
those.
locked. So what we've done?
So what they were using in
exactly. So
in
what
the
we did
in
is we kind
the
of leveraged how we did
in that
body
video,
tracking, and that
they're
even
super
though you're
cheap.
attached to this thing, you want to be
They're only
moving
like
around.
300,000.
So you can attach to the ladder. You can jump onto a ladder directly.
They're
you
a
can
crazy price.
attack-
You
you
just
can
buy
run
those in
and
game.
Jump onto a ladder. You
You can buy
look
them like
around full
in
360
the
degrees. You
game
can look
store,
around 90 degrees as you're
like in the
going up.
actual
Yeah,
website.
and it's just a lot more
For real
fluid
money,
and
but,
a lot more.
I
it
think they're
doesn't
like
feel like,
$45
I've just,
bucks or
now
something
I'm
like
locked
that.
in. It just feels like you're more of a human being on the ladder, and you can look around. And then, obviously, if you can look behind you on a ladder, that opens up environment. Opens up scope.
Nah,
to
they're pretty easy.
Jumping from that onto something.
They actually
else. So
just introduced
Yeah, 'cause
a
you can
new
jump off the ladder
buggy
halfway
in
up it
this.
or wherever.
Exactly.
So there's a
That'll
huge
be,
amount. I mean, in Squadron,
will be
we're putting
getting
a lot
released
of
at the end of this show.
traversal gameplay in.
That'll be
which
available
will
to
make its
pre-buy,
way into
even
the
though it's
PvP
not available, I think, in the
performance
game yet.
systems settle, and I think you'll see a lot more. I mean, you already see a little bit where you could use a tractor.
Yeah,
to
no,
put a
even
crate
in
over
game,
or push something to get up and look at stuff in derelicts right now, for instance, in the PU. But
Before they did the wipe, I
imagine a
had
whole
one.
level above that, which is kind of what's
I had the one with
even that
the
in
gun on the
derelict was
back.
really inspired by some of the early work we were doing in Squadron. But there's a lot of like physical and traversal gameplay and puzzles in Squadron, and we're building the systems to also work well with that. And then again, with a systemic world like we have in Star Citizen, where you can move things around and they can persist, there should be multiple ways to.
Biggest thing is
solve,
hitting little rocks that
the
stop
problem
you
you're trying to deal with,
dead
which is how
in
we've
any
approached
ground
the
vehicle.
Squadron
That's what
design
sucks
is
right
like
now.
in most of the areas that you go through, there's more than one way to get to the end to solve the problem. Do you stealth around? You just take it on head on and start shooting, or is a way that you can do it without seeing anyone because you've just taken this difficult traversal path. So those are all things that are important, and so it's little things like this, and I would say, I mean, we've got a video to show, but we're still like some of the finesse of the animation detail is still to come. So a lot of it is
this is a lot
is
still
the
block
out, but we have this beautiful motion capture stage here that we will show you guys some point when the
You
Manchester
explode
Shipyard
because you hit that rock.
stage are fully finished.
Kid plane ain't
And then,
fixing, they're gonna
we'll do a
explode in
wonderful.
vehicle.
We'll do a updated version of the 2013 tour that I did with Erin, but it will be in a much bigger environment. Anyway, but I would say definitely that I mean, we could show it, but we got details to come. Like, for instance, if you jump and you just make it,
Hey, show some more in-game footage, man.
Catch your balance and do that sort of stuff. So that's not in here, but that's sort of the details, the finesse that we're adding.
You missed it. They were watching, or they were
first person
showing a lot of in-game stuff earlier
inertia when you're going
before I started, before I went live.
Down on it. I mean, if you cut out to the third person when you see some of the stuff, you sort of see some of it even in the blockout animation.
See in the background, like those big
in the final
arched rocks and stuff.
Yeah, let's
run
So it's like ladders. Like No Man's Sky and stuff,
So
where you
this-
could like
as you
fly
can
through
see, this is
them, and they're
final art.
huge.
Absolutely.
This is taken directly from Squadron 42. No, it's obviously a test map.
Yeah, I hate it
You
when
can
that
see
happens.
here that, as Chris said, the level of inertia is still blockout phase, but you can see that we're actually starting to get that you can grab on, you can go straight into a mantle or a vault, you can go straight into the pull-ups.
It's a lot
And the
better
thing is that what you're seeing here
than when
is,
it works now.
while this is just an test map, a lot of these are providing design ethos to then feed into the PU. So if we've got derelicts and we've got environments that we want the player to go and do missions in, we don't just necessarily just have to rely on you've only got jump, or you only can do vault and mantle.
And right there, we did a jump onto halfway onto a ladder, and here we're looking around to the left, to the right,
Yeah,
and you
that-
can jump off the ladder at any point. You can slide down it. You can do all sorts of things.
Wow.
We've got a bit of a sneak peek at the end.
Yeah. So
Make me the peak.
The true boss.
then we jump across to get on the ladder there, and again, these are all the blockout animations, and.
Oh, it's one of the new underground facilities, I think.
Someone accidentally put that in there.
Yeah.
Anyway,
But the other thing as
back
well.
to our
They redid the bunk. They're
I mean,
going to
the
be
other thing to
redoing the
say
bunkers.
About the traversal is while we're highlighting ladders and the ledge grabs and things here, the other thing is that we're also, we've taken a deep dive on things like the control input. So for example, we've got action queuing coming up. So, for example, if you're sprinting and you were shooting just before you're sprinting, you might be holding down shift and left mouse button. And then now, what happens now, if you then release shift, you've stopped shooting. But sometimes you want it to continue shooting because I'm still holding the input that I want to do, and what we're kind of terminology in terms of this action queuing. And that's something that we've got a whole matrix of all the different controls, all the different methods from prone to crouch, the transitions, weapon swapping, and so that just using the controls is a lot more fluid, a lot more intuitive. So it's something that we're really putting a really magnifying glass on to making sure that you're not fighting the controls. The controls are working for you. It's doing what you want it to do. So if you are using a gamepad, or you are using a joystick, or you are using mouse and keyboard, it's easy to use and easy to interact with the world so that you can immerse yourself in the environments and the missions and the gameplay. So it's something that we're really pushing forward to make
in
better.
all aspects, right? Because prone's one of the things that we're set to be working on here, right? The crouching, the various transitions between all the stuff. So some of the stuff right now in the PU's clunkier than it should be. And so we've really taken a deep dive on all of it, and
Just
make
a little
everything a lot more
clunky.
fluid. Looking around on the ladder is a good example, but also like on a bigger level, right? We've done a complete rework on EVA, what we call sort of push and pull. There's physical interaction. I mean, we should probably talk a little bit about that. We have a video to show of that, but it's a complete redo of the current EVA system, and it's
so needed.
a lot more of what you would expect when you're in
Accidentally
space,
bump
in
into
fact,
something
pushing
and-
yourself off. For instance, you have momentum now, so if you push off in a direction, you will just keep moving in a direction. The use of it's far more easy. Handling weapons and looking around, and some of the tech that we've developed for the push-pull is the same stuff that we're going to be using for prone and a bunch of other stuff. And really, the looking around on the ladders is kind of based on some of the
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, a lot of those systems are, and when Chris says push-pull, he means 0G push-pull, not trolley push-pull. But
Although we'll talk about that too.
yes, we will. But when we talk about
Oh, boy.
EVA T2 and 0G, the biggest thing, again, it's just be an EVA right now in the star system and just look left. You don't have a stability of if you're a human being, you look left, your horizon doesn't change because you move your head and it's the same. Our camera like tilts and moves, and then you get into a scenario where you're like, you can't really understand the perspective of where you were in. It's like, oh, I'm now upside down. So EVA T2, which again, you'll be able to see a clip of it working.
He's not lying.
It's night and day. It is a
horrible
we
to leave your
threw
ship.
the old one away, and this is a fundamental change in terms of how we work in EVA. First off, you're not upright. You're in more of what we call the Iron Man pose, so you're leaning forward. We still retain the upright pose for certain circumstances, but it means that you've got a better sense of your actual volume when you're traversing forward, so you've not got these legs that, you know, are beneath you. But you can totally look around 360 degrees. Your camera is stable, as you get a good orientation. When you look back, you see your body. It's fully decoupled, so you're not just pushing forward
Superman.
and you're flying like a spaceship. You push forward, and that gives you an initial inertia in that direction, and you will keep going in that direction until you change. But then when you want to change, you just need to look at another direction, and you push that way. And the way we've implemented it, it's almost like your suit's kind of similar to the IFCS on the ships, that it kind of like counters the forces and then allows you to go in that way. We actually originally tried it where you would drift and, you know, actually do the curve, but it just made traversing more intricate spaces, which is what we want to do. And, you know, eventually we want to be able to turn gravity off in ships, and that you can take those down. And
well, it's definitely. I mean, that's part of the plan. I mean, we
Absolutely.
even, you know, in the resource network segment, that's one of the things.
So all of those tight, intricate areas that we've built over the last 7, 8, well, 10 years now, I suppose, you know, that you can go into those tight areas, you need it to be stable. You need it to be in a position where you can turn on a dime.
The last
You
10
can
years, I
look upside
suppose.
down. You get a good sense of
Really, you think?
your orientation. And I think that's something that we've
Copyright
really pushed ahead
ends
on
this
EVA
year.
T2. And to be honest, the engineering team have done a really fantastic job. I find it a lot of fun flying around in EVA.
Yeah. And then I'd also say the other thing that we should point out in the longer term for the PU, not so much in Squadron because you're in a sort of pilot suit that has EVA as part of its setup, is not every spacesuit is EVA capable. So we're going to separate it where you have to have like basically an EVA pack, a rocket pack for you to sort of propel around. If you don't have one, then it's the physical push-pull. So you can move along surfaces, you can push off against them, you come close to something, you can grab it.
That won't
if you're
be
in
bad.
close things and there's handholds, you can grab them and move them around.
Until you miss
So we have
something
this
and you're fucking
physicalized
drifting out
interaction
into
that happens,
space and you're
you don't actually
screwed.
need to have your EVA pack or jetpack. And then the EVA jetpack is if you go
Guess
out
as
in
long
open
as I
space,
always
that's
have my
how obviously
tractor
you can
beam.
stop or change your direction and do the rest, and that will be more limited on fuel. So I think long term in the PU, there's going to be some pretty interesting gameplay. So if you do,
I mean, that's already how I get around most of the
boarding
time
action or
anyway.
something, maybe you need a spacesuit that has the EVA pack, or you're doing repairs out in space and your spacesuit with the EVA pack. Yes, you will not be able to repair the ship in that outfit right now, Joe.
Keep moving your jacket around your mic.
I think
what I wanna hear.
it gives a really good. It's just going to give more options, more context, because like longer term, what we want to do in the PU.
Barry's been changing his
is
shirt like every time
what you
the
wear is important, right? So right now,
whatchamacallit
everybody
changes.
just runs around in a big suit of armor, a big space.
We've gone through like
and
5
we haven't
different
really turned on
things.
some of the features we've actually put in
Every
there.
time I swear he has a
Says,
different shirt
for
on.
instance, you shouldn't be able to sit in a seat of a space fighter in heavy armor. You shouldn't be there with your gun on the back. You should have a flight suit on, or you come into a city. You shouldn't be wandering around in heavy armor because that's antisocial. Maybe they don't let you go in there. So we want people to have reasons to wear different things, have storage. That's the whole point of the physical inventory system. And as we're starting to roll out, more of it's coming in Squadron, and then in
You have to
PU,
bring a
that's
pair
definitely
of
coming
shirt,
online.
shoes, and pants with you
And,
wherever you go.
Things that we're doing like that with the the physicalized cargo and everything else. And if you look at all the new ships, there's always locker and storage. There's we have a whole system for outfits now that was first going to be in Squadron.
Wait until
but
they
then
make the
for
toilets
PU,
work.
It's designed so there'll be a nice sort of locker, almost like a wardrobe system that you can go in and hang up your outfit and switch quickly into another outfit, or switch into this
Clothes,
spacesuit.
armor, everything.
Yeah, so we want it to be your virtual second life, and we want to make it as easy as possible for you to manage all these different things that you can wear for different roles. And EVA is one of the main
Yeah, he really
advantages,
needs a
where,
desk
like I
mic
said,
on there.
you either have an EVA suit with a pack or not, but you still will be able to move around. And we should probably run the video so we can.
Good job bringing it back around to EVA at the end like that. Let's take a look at the EVA video, see what we're looking at here.
Well, and as Chris says, in terms of, you know,
Here we go.
the EVA, this is what you're seeing here, is that you'll probably see some of it in the third person, the thrusters are not firing because
yeah, it's
decoupled.
the old VFX, but it's also the old VFX code. So we haven't part of the proper.
Yes, you can actually touch something.
Current PU suit versus what we'll have is a new one with a proper like pack that has the thrusters in the right position. And when you go forward, the thrusters going from the back.
So what you're actually seeing here is you've actually connected to this surface. So now it's almost like you're in a prone situation, but this is going to be what more our new prone will be.
This is how it should be.
You've got full 360 degrees. You can just move your mouse and you look all the way behind you or all the way in front.
And right now we're moving along here, not because we're thrusting.
That wasn't me.
We're using our hands.
That's them.
Exactly.
To move
Big old
ourselves around. We're
freaking
looking around as we're
mic
doing that. If we went out
scratch.
to the third person here, you would sort of
How much
see
you make a bet he's
us
doing a
moving our hands around.
dirt
I think we'll see
change.
it a little later on. There we go. Here we go. So we're just sort of
Interesting.
pulling ourselves along. And if we wanted to at this point, we could stop and we could push off against it, and then we would just go floating out into space. So that's the sort of idea of what we call push-pull.
And so what you're seeing here...
He just pushed himself off.
So what you're seeing here, that's actually kind of, you're just floating alongside the actual...
that'd be so awesome. Pull out a gun.
And this is actually keeping you in
Just
this
sit
orbit.
there,
And then if you did...
aim down sights, doing that.
And go, where you can actually jump off into space. But then this becomes one of the... If you look at physical traversal, where you've got jumping and mantling and vaulting, this is where we have zero-G push-pull. We have the tractor beam that kind of pulls you around in EVA, and then we have your EVA pack, which is limited by your resource of EVA fuel. So this allows you to kind of manipulate and go in EVA, and allows us as developers to build EVA traversal spaces.
And that looks more like a communication
wide-ranging
satellite.
and both small scale.
So yeah, here's. I mean, we were before in first person looking around, but here's us cutting out to third person to actually show you what your character and body's doing. And so there's a lot of, I mean, and these are still blockout animations actually, but so there'll be a lot more like nuance or fidelity to it. But yeah, you have a lot more control, directional sense, ability to look around, ability to stop yourself. So I think, in this one we're going to come up close to the glass above it.
Yes.
And you're actually going to see us, like if you fly into something, you sort of arrest yourself, again, block out animation, but you're going to, as we get down close to it, I think we're going to come down, you'll see as our character comes down here, our player comes down here, put our hands out to brace ourselves to stop ourselves on the glass here. So all of that's like systemic, that's not marked up or anything, it's all ray casting, seeing if things, you brace yourself when you come up against, hold on, arrest your thing, you can push off against things. So we've spent a fair amount of time and engineering on all this, but it's not just for Squadron, it's going to be, it's obviously useful in some of the environments of Squadron. This is one of them, obviously, the acid anticipation, you're going to look down on the slavers that you saw in the earlier scan, but the use of this in the PU is going to be massive. And
also the big thing that Chris said there is it's systemic. There's no markup. If you want to go and climb all over a ship, you can do. If you want to climb over a space station, you can do. If you want to climb over anything that's in EVA, it has a surface, you can put your hands on it. It's got a big enough space to put your hands on it. It will work. So there's no like, oh, it only works in this scenario, or it only works in this scenario. It is what you see here. And then as what we've not been able to show today, which is do have working or partially working, is that when you go into very tight environments, if there are handholds, you will be able to grab onto that handhold,
That'd be
whether
better.
it's a terminal or whether it's
Right now you just bash around inside of a
you'll grab onto the handhold, and
ship.
then instead of putting your hands out and landing, you'll grab on, and then you go, cool, I can use the terminal, or I can look around. And again, you're not locked in. You can look all 360 degrees. You'll switch hands as you look around, and you can get a sense of, okay, where do I want to go next? I want to go over there, cool, or I want to go through this door. And it works in tight environments, wide-scale environments, and fundamentally, it's a lot nicer to play than our current version, which is just No, I mean it's massive for the game. So I think there'll be a lot more sort of EVA external action.
Yeah.
How about those slippers he's wearing?
It's much more stable. I think we'll see a lot of puzzles and traversal in the PU that can be built from that, because we don't really, we have a lot of stuff down on planets, but it would also be nice to have more
Got like adult kids on.
More the sort of derelict asteroid bases kind of things, and EVA. I think we all love science fiction. Obviously, we're making these kind of games. That's sort of a lot of classic sci-fi that you see. So we spent that's an example of us being able to spend the time to really think about how we want the system to work, how best it's going to work, and bed it in on Squadron, and then it'll be something.
Because we did 2 or 3 iterations. We did, we did 2 or 3 iterations of how we wanted to do. Did we want to have this Iron Man pose? Did we want to have it upright? Did it blend between them? And we were playing it. And it's like, it doesn't feel right. And now you can just, you know it when you get it right, because you can just go, and you're like, oh, this feels really nice, and you just end up flying around the level and connecting things. And so yeah, this unlocks content for the PU.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I purposely didn't watch the videos. I wanted to be able to react as honestly while we were recording these as possible. And I know you said those were blockout animations, but as somebody who's been with Steve Bender on a Friday night at the Oust House, like, that looks just like
Steve Bender?
Yeah, it looks just like Steve Bender crawling around. Sorry, Steve. But no, it looks great. And I think everybody who saw that now is going to see the potential, the absolute gameplay potential for all kinds of zero-G gameplay possibilities. That is really cool.
That's great. I mean, there's some smaller things, like we have one other thing here we have a video for, which is, it's not as big as a system as, like, say, the EVA replacement, but like the hover trolley that we've got. I know that I saw.
I really like the hover trolley.
Yeah, no, I like it
really
a lot.
like
I saw the Reddit thread saying, "Why didn't someone do a hover trolley?" Well, actually, that was something we've been working on for quite a while. But the thing we can show you here in a few minutes. But the thing that's really good about this, because obviously the physical trolleys and the wheels.
Yes.
I mean, just
important
like in the real
things.
world, right?
Hover trolleys.
And you've got problems of going upstairs and all the rest of the stuff, just like you would in the real world. Is that it sort of opens up the potential, and this really plays into the PU. We use it in Squadron for certain things, like you'll see in what we show here, but for the PU, it's actually much more interesting, because now you have the ability. We always had this design for our bigger cargo containers, right? Ones that you can't just pick up yourself. We originally had this design where there was sort of a grav-lev system where you stuck in this thing, and the grav-lev, it would come up, and then now you can push around a huge container. And we're moving for physicalized cargo. It's going to be in 3
Oh, blah 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 at this point.
He's trying to squeeze a few things in. We'll see if he manages to get everything in. But this isn't necessarily going to be in 318, but it will come in probably not too far in the near future. But this allows you to not just have your little tractor beam and pick up something and move it around, but okay, let's have a bigger container. And what happens if you turn it on, up it goes, and then you just push it into your cargo hold, turn it off, locks into the cargo grid. And now that cargo container, imagine a bigger one.
It's got
what happens,
anti-lev.
like right now in the inventory system, you can put things in your local inventory of your ship, or other various inventories. Well, imagine your container, say one of these bigger, like maybe a 16 SCU one or whatever, that's sitting there, and now I can place, I don't know, large vehicle items in it. I can place all sorts of stuff in it. So I could load up this container, I could push it into my ship, then I could fly it off to some remote planet and put it next to, where I'm camping out, or longer term where you say maybe a player base, or some group of players with persistent decide to take over a derelict or something. And I can basically load up a bunch of supplies in a container, like bigger supplies or weapons or armor suits or whatever.
Yeah, eventually you'll be able to make your own outposts and stuff.
I think the underlying sort of hover tech for the trolley stuff is really good, because it will really play into the cargo and the logistics that are going to come with that. Because longer term with persistence and what we're doing, I think there's going to be a whole bunch of gameplay that will be revolved around the logistics of living, right? Like how do I have my food? How do I have my drinks? How do I have my raw
Eventually, this is going to be
materials? How
like
do I have my weapons?
Sims in
orcs are
space.
fighting a war over a patch of land. Someone's got to show up with extra, ammo and missiles and all that kind of stuff, and or weapon replacement, especially as we get repairing and the salvaging and stuff, okay, well, rather than have to fly it to a place that can do your repair, maybe there's an on-field repair that's happening right there, and someone's changing out a broken weapon for another weapon because you've loaded it up and stored it in your container. So there's the possibilities in the PU is huge, and this is an example of just little bits of tech that we're putting into Squadron that we're planning on bringing it across into the PU, but in the PU they just have a lot more potential, like the EVA. So.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing about trolleys is when we approached trolleys with the physical trolleys, was that we wanted them to serve two purposes. One, we wanted them to serve a purpose that is more traditional games, which is, I can move things around.
Wow.
And that allows me to create...
I've already been going for an hour watching this.
For me, if I'm blocked, I can
Come on, guys.
box over here now, I can get up higher now, which is kind of what the more physical trolleys are kind of better suited for. And this is another example where we kind of put trolleys into the PU, but there wasn't really a use case or a best use case. So that at the moment they're just used as enemies, or I've seen people fly them as missiles out of ships, but they're not really utilised for what we want them to use. And then you've got the other side of trolleys, which is we want them to be used for cargo loading. Now, again, we've got a lot of ships, we've got a lot of different ramps, the scales of those ramps is larger, and with hover trolleys, when you see the video, you can push them downstairs. You can push them up any ramp. The weight that you're having to physically push a physical trolley is taken into account. Hover trolleys, you don't have to worry about that because, let's play the video.
See the video.
Let's say the video, and
we've hyped this up now. Hover trolleys
Let's watch the video.
Thing in the world. Here we go.
So you can see here, this is actually a slaver pod. So
it closes down. It's on the floor. We're going to activate it. Levitates up now. Grav levs on.
Nice.
You get hold of it. Bam. And by the way, the new interaction system's not working in this demo here. This is a separate build. But as you can see, it's getting pushed over
bulkheads. But this is essentially a really big improvement for us because we want physical cargo, and we want physical cargo to be a big deal in the PU. That you have to move that cargo, you have to make decisions on how long it's going to take to load it up, not just buy it from a kiosk and it appear in your ship. So this gives us the ability to do that, and like Chris says, move much larger things.
Gonna make space trucking a whole big mess.
Yeah, I mean this happens to be just a slaver pod, but obviously you could be pushing. As long as it's grav lev equipped and has the sort of hover device, then like I said, you could have large shipping containers and stuff like that.
And this is all underpinned by our grav leg technology. So the same, as a Dragonfly, or eventually you'll hopefully be able to move much larger ships if you need to rearrange them, or when you're moving things around on your homestead or whatever we do eventually. And we've actually had this working on a planet, so you can just push this over planet terrain. You don't let go. You stay stable because it doesn't actually undulate unless there's something actually physically touching it. So it allows it to be much more stable. And what we want to do for your cargo loading is that we'll use a system similar to the cargo grid that you'll be able to snap things on top of it. So if you have a flat platform, you'll be able to snap cargo boxes onto it so they won't fall off. Then you'll be able to reliably move them without frustration. And again, you can see some of our design ethos coming through is that we're trying to remove the barrier to entry. We're trying to remove the control mechanism, the things that frustrate you as you play the game, and kind of make that a lot simpler.
I see this and all I can think about is Spock and the photon torpedo. So we've talked about a number of things now that are related to the player, to the first person and stuff like this. And we got a couple more we're going to come back to later. But let's move up into spaceships.
Yep.
Because spaceships are a big part of the experience.
Our heroes.
We just had earlier in the day, we had our flight experience a segment where they talked about master modes and quantum boosts and stuff like this. But at a higher level and stuff, let's talk about how the flight experience is changing a bit through the work in Squadron 42, and anything you want to share with us on that.
I think the biggest thing for me, and I think it's what Chris and I have talked about,
I might have to order myself some lunch.
The difficulty of developing a game over a period of time when it's a live product is that you're developing things in isolation and you're putting them out. So you're going, okay, this is our T0, this is MFDs. And okay, now we want to do the flight HUD.
Jesus.
The flight HUD. And now
What's he doing over there?
And what happens is maybe it's a different designer over the years, or maybe it's someone else, or maybe they've learned from what's happened or gone out previously. And lots of things come together, but they don't necessarily feel right because they've not been approached where you've gone, we're going to do it all at once. Because you can never do it all at once if you've got to hit quarterly releases. Right. So with Squadron development, what's it allowed us to do is allowed us to look at the HUD and the MFDs and everything together and go, well, actually, we don't need all that information on the HUD if we've got it on the MFDs. Or we don't need all the information here if we've got physical switches. And it's allowed us to approach the design of the cockpit experience holistically so that we can go, okay, let's pull all this noise away because we've tried to fit everything onto the HUD. We've tried to put everything on there. You know, you need to know your G-forces and your heading direction and you know, I need to know my ammo and you know, master modes is a good way of going down that road. Is kind of going, okay, we want to have traversal and we want to have combat. So if you've got SCN, combat, if you're in QCM, you're in quantum mode, so that's traversal and flight. And then we've taken that approach and gone, okay, well, do you always need an altimeter? Well, no, maybe not if you're in space. Maybe you only need an altimeter when you go down to atmosphere. You know, your MFDs, if you're in SCM, what do you really care about? Well, you care about your health, your weapons, your target's health, how they're doing. But as a default experience, we're only giving you the information that is needed to you at that point in time. And what we actually saw is that you're flying around. We've got gorgeous space environments. I want to be able to look at them. I don't want to.
Someone's got a crunchy mic, man.
You're fighting. You want to see the environment you're flying around in. I mean, one of the big things that were the big initiative on the vehicle side for Squadron is the sort of complete redo of the HUD and the MFD systems, and basically the display. Where we're first of all we have to refactor it to move away from some of the old flash that's been around forever, which is what the MFD displays. And on the HUD, we sort of took a look at where we were going and felt like Rich said, it's just too much stuff's there all the time. Well, we want to be more contextual.
I mean, the new HUD.
Yeah, and we're doing this in a overall holistic way that would be probably almost impossible if we were trying to fit it into quarterly releases in the PU. So, you know, most of the vehicle team is working on this as a sort of group. You know, in the need for multiple speeds that we saw earlier, you sort of saw some aspects of it, which is the different modes you can be in depending on what you're trying to do. But you know, a lot of that's also reflected on the HUD and the information of what you're targeting and whether you can, you know, whether you want to be able to cast up, say, your target status or your ship status to your visor. Now, that won't be the case for everything. Every suit, like for instance, if you have a more combat-oriented ship or suit that you would wear, you know, like I don't know, a Gladius or a Hornet, and you've got the appropriate equipment, then you should be able to cast. If you're just flying an old rust bucket like an Aurora.
Well, what was the Drake ship we saw the other day when we were looking at it, saying all the HUD was on there? We're like, well, it's kind of the equivalent of a lorry.
I had to go get myself some chips.
Caterpillar. Yeah. So you wouldn't have the Caterpillar. You know, you wouldn't cast it up to your visor like you would as a fighter pilot. It would be sitting down on the MFDs. But in the cases that you have the ability to cast it and do stuff, in all the ships are also building in the ability, like there's not just a game config screen in your ship. You go in, you have your like settings screen, and the settings will be remembered on a per ship basis.
Give me the ability of actually being able to export my MFDs.
Cast here, and so it's all been built about building.
So to have a tablet or something,
in a very
and I want to have my radar cast onto that. Allow me the ability of exporting it onto that.
So we're pretty excited about that. We're not ready to show it yet because we're still in the sort of we
foundational stage.
Yeah, it's a little further before it's all fully polished or ready to show, but it's going to be, I think, a pretty sea change in terms of how it feels as you're flying around. Besides the different modes of combat and traversal and all the rest of the stuff, it's how you get the information and how it's related to you.
At least my title was right. Waiting to finally play the damn game. Waiting for this.
It's huge in combat. It's huge in combat because in combat right now you're either, we're obviously trying to bring the combat closer, which is obviously what Yogi and the guys and Dave talked about in their talk. But you don't want to have a little clutter on there, and you want to have that spatial awareness of, okay, who's my target? And the other aspect is that on that level of, again, a holistic approach is your player information is only on there if it's relevant, and also the targeting we've talked about redoing in terms of right now, if you go into the PU or when you play Squadron level,
with 100 players in
you just get
big 100-player
billions of markers, and it's like it's just massive information overload. You know, and some players.
It was definitely a problem in Squadron.
Yeah,
because we have
absolutely.
quite a few areas of the game where there's massive amounts of ships.
Yeah, and you know, some players can deal with it, but you know, it's just so much information. It's just it's unnecessary. So what we've done is that we want to strip back the targeting so that again you're only targeting the things that are important to you. So you know, we're relying less on all these markers, and we want to put more of a focus on your radar in the cockpit, because you have a radar in the cockpit. You know, fighter pilots in real life have a radar. They don't have in-world AR markers. Oh, there's 20 guys coming over there. You know, we want to make sure that you've got the information that you need, but also we want to basically make sure that you're using the tools that we provide. Because what's happening right now is that everybody's just reliant on the HUD, because the HUD has everything on there. But you've got MFDs, you've got a cockpit radar. You know, they're there for a reason. So what's happened over the years is that we've redone them at separate times, and you know, the MFDs are still in Flash, and they've done the building blocks. So we've kind of got into this cycle of trying to, oh no, this is it, this is where the player should be. And what we want to do is we go back to kind of what Chris's original vision in terms of, well, there's an in-cockpit radar. You should use that. There's in-cockpit MFDs. You should use those. Okay, now I'm in this specific combat mode. Okay, they're cast, so I can see that information. But the radar doesn't become redundant. That should be what the noise is on. That's where all the information should be. Okay, I should be able to go in there and select targets. That information should be clean and delivered to me. But out in the world, I want to look what's there. I want to look at my target. I want to look what I'm saying. Oh, there's a space station. Oh, there's another guy coming in. So we want to have less reliance on just AR markers for everything, and only reliance on marking the things that are important to you, or you've directly marked yourself. Yeah. And I think when you fight combat experiences where you're fighting 15, 20 ships, it's just a lot. It's a lot more fun because you're not.
That'll make it a real bitch, actually.
Noise. You can just focus on being the best pilot you can be. I think it's really important.
And I would say that definitely, you know, we're putting a bunch of work into the radar, which is really radar / star map. So like what you've never had in the PU. The original design was that that radar that you would see would also scale up, or you would scale out basically to be a nav map, your star map, right? Your nav map. And what happened when we were getting the first iteration of the PU out, the baby PU, we're like, we didn't get that working yet, so we just said, well, we'll use your Mobi-Glass version, and we're still using the Mobi-Glass version all these years later, and it's still mostly the code that was done all those years ago. And that's when I mentioned at the top of our talk that, you know, the star map, well, the star map's really star map and radar, because you can zoom in and zoom out, and you can zoom all the way to the radar level or zoom all the way out to the star map. And we've put a huge amount of work into making that much more fluid, much more usable, much visually
I don't know how well that'll go over.
And also having the information there and the interactability. So like you can be zoomed in and you can be looking at your radar, and you can mouse over contacts and you can get the information from it. You can click them, and then that will now select it as your target, and do a lot of things that you know, haven't really been there. So I think a lot of players, because
that sounds like a lot of game while you're in a dogfight.
The talk that Rich was talking about was because we haven't delivered all the things. We've just delivered some of the things. Sometimes people just are focusing on certain things, and if they could do things like select their targets easily from the radar, they may not be wanting to see 400 AR markers when they're flying around. And so those are all, that's an example on the vehicle side where we're sort of really trying to bring that all in, as well as, you know, there's other things that we're doing that will come across the PU in terms of physical buttons, like when you activate something, you know, that's in process right now, but yeah, you'll click a button and you'll see your character, you know, click, you know, here's for the landing gear, or here's to turn the lights on, or here's to activate my quantum drive, just to make it sort of feel physical. But
you give me an indicator when my lights are on, because your lights suck so bad I can't tell when they're on.
Well, and you can you know, have fun being lost in the world, which is the most important thing.
And a certain level of customization, as we're talking about, because, you know, some ships have better MFDs and more usable places than others and stuff like that. So,
well, the other aspect as well, in terms of just the radar and scanning, which is a really good example of a feature that we've put onto the PU into Star Citizen that isn't hit what we envisaged it to be. Because right now, you're kind of limited to 20 kilometers. Now, really, I think you've seen Quantum Boost in some of the earlier videos. The premise that we want you to be is, we've got this vast universe. So we want radar and scanning. We actually, we have this smaller radar and scanning on the FPS. You have the smaller one that's giving you information in the room, and then the larger charged one that's giving you information about maybe the floor that you're on. It's the same principles in the ship side. It's that we want a smaller one that is fairly instantaneous, and that's kind of giving you information about the people you're fighting or your local environment. And when I say smaller, I'm talking, say, sub 100 kilometers. That's just giving me information around this area. But then we've got the charge scan wave, and that should be giving me information about things that are 10, 15, 20,000 kilometers away. And then that's where Q-Boost comes in the fact that you're Q-boosting to these locations. You're not having to go, okay, there's a quantum travel marker there that's 1 million kilometers away. That's like, okay, I'm making a conscious decision to go there. But for Q-Boost, it's like, okay, I am there. I want to boost around the environment, but I want to have things spread around.
They made
so that, we're not
quantum
just
boost.
In, because radar and scanning
That
is
is a mix of
one purpose
like
is
rocket boost and quantanium jump.
And the second purpose is to help you explore. It's to help you find things
For
that
short
are not
jumps.
necessarily apparent, because space is a big, dark
But doing
place.
so, like just
So
like a
you
normal
need that. You
quantum
want to
knocks
be able
out
to take advantage
your
of that. So when you
weapons
have
and
this
knocks out
ability to
your
detect things that are
shields
much
and all
further
that
away,
while you
all
go
of a
into
sudden
it.
you start to feel like you are that pilot.
You got to fly to them to investigate them. I think that's a good example of something on Squadron that we were also looking at, like, how do we solve the problem of your patrolling an area, right? And it's not very much fun if you patrol an area and then it's like, space is big. I go to this area and then I look around and my radar covers 10 kilometers in front of me, and that's it. That doesn't feel like I was patrolling, a large area of space. And so we sort of were thinking about, well, how, really, if we think about it, there's like short range, which is, what you would call the standard control mode, like slower exploration. I come up to a derelict, or there's a cluster of asteroids that I'm going to fly around to see what's happening. And then there's the medium range, which hasn't really existed in both the PU and is something that we really wanted to have in Squadron, and we really should be in the PU, which is, well, what's that over there that's 10,000 kilometers away? The equivalent of being on a planet and going, there's a mountain over there, I can see it. I don't know what's on it, but I'm going to drive over there or walk over to that mountain. And so the idea with sort of the scanning is like the wave goes out and you'll pick up things 10, 20, 30,000 kilometers away. So you definitely won't be able to understand what's there, but you'll say, there's something
There's a point of interest.
There's a point of interest. And so you'll be able to map things, and then we need to get there. But, the quantum travel, spooling up, spooling down, and so this is the whole the idea of quantum boost is your sort of mid-level traversal speed, where it allows you, it's probably about 10th the speed of the full quantum travel, sort of, not using all the quantum juice, if you want to think of it
Better
that
than
way.
taking 10 minutes to try to fly
sort of get there pretty quickly
to a hot
and,
spot.
Also appreciate the environment
Because there's
you're
no
going
jump
through,
point.
And get over there. Oh, I go up to the mountain. Okay, no, I can see what's there. Oh, there's trees here. Oh, that's really cool. And that opens up a whole bunch of gameplay. I mean, definitely helps out in Squadron, but in the PU it's massive, because in the PU, when this rolls into the PU, now you can have exploration gameplay in space. So, for instance, you could
Which we've never had.
Yeah, we've never had.
So
you could be in, a big nebula gas cloud, and you scan, and I get a contact 20K away. Okay, I'm going to boost over to see whether. I come up. Oh, look, it's a derelict, or there's a abandoned mining station. There's this group of rocks over here, or I go over here, and we can even in the PU be in a case where you can sort of almost sort of procedurally generate some points of interest when you start to scan that you can go and visit. So I think the whole idea of sort of these three sort of levels of traversal. One is you sort of regular non-quantum one, where you're just using your regular thrusters, which is much more sort of
there was
limited,
just recently an update.
works for combat and stuff like that.
It's a
Then
small
there's
one.
the
It was
quantum
just like
boost,
a
which is sort of to
small
fast run
local
over to
side.
a place, and then there's the quantum travel.
But there's
which
supposed
is
to be
really long,
the
okay,
next
I'm going to go to this planet
the next
that's
update,
500,000
which is
kilometers away, and I'm going to be in quantum for 5 minutes.
which we got 318,
and I think that's going to open up a huge amount.
and that was supposed to be
the
coming
PU.
out, and now it's being
I mean, it
delayed
definitely
again.
makes a big difference to the gameplay. I mean, makes
Apparently.
the exploring it
But
in
this is
Squadron in space.
This is something they have every year. It's called Citizen
because
Con,
that was the thing we were trying to
and
follow.
it's
And I think it's
basically they're just going over
now,
everything,
space.
and
It's sort of like, most of it is.
it's just a big event they
It's
have,
empty
but
for
they
you,
have it
right?
every
It's
year.
like you spend your time around the space stations or some asteroids here around the planet, but we want to open it up a bit more and have that idea of, I can detect something, I want to investigate it. So the whole sort of exploration, investigative gameplay that can happen in space now because of these different modes of travel and the scanning is going to be a huge deal.
It also happens to be
So I know we
exactly
have a
10
clip for
years.
this, for folks who maybe joined the program late and didn't see the flight experience segment earlier, or if you're watching this separately on YouTube and you don't know what this looks like, let's take a look at the
No, they've mainly been talking about stuff that they are implementing in the game.
So just
Some of it has
that's
been
the
like,
old-
yes, we want to
Yeah,
do
that's the
this,
also
and we're
those
not
two
there
That's the
yet.
next
But
old HUD.
Yeah.
Earlier we were showing the old HUD.
So we've done a scan.
A lot
here.
of it
That's
is,
also the old point of interest.
stuff
'cause
they're
the point of
already
interest will be just
working
points.
on or
But basically,
almost
we've done
done
a
working
scan,
on.
We've got some points of interest that are multiple 10Ks away.
And you can see the distance there. It says 13,000 kilometers on the right-hand side. So this is obviously just placeholder UI for the quantum boost.
And we-
But again, you can just boost over there, and it obviously has this interactive gameplay, which obviously went into.
Yeah, and this, by the way, is that's all programmer work in progress from Yogi.
This would be a quantum boost.
Quantum boost mechanism, because you're just going to have to stay in the zone to keep in boost, otherwise you'll fall out of boost. But we've gone over to the planet here. So what it's allowing you to do is sort of have that mid-level traversal and investigate things without having to spend forever at 1,200 meters per second or quantum traveling over it. It's over too quickly.
So just to clarify again for folks, if you watched the flight experience segment earlier in the day, that's the old UI, which is probably
Yeah, it's
closer to
been
what you're
going on
familiar
for
with in the PU
better
today.
half of the morning.
What we just showed
said this
now
is
is the new
supposed to be the
old
end of the
UI, what was
broadcast.
intermediate now, but we're now moving away from. And the
I was
Well,
hoping they only had like a
basically
half
it's the
hour
same
left an
as
hour ago.
It's the styled Squadron UI that was from the UI you have in the PU.
Right.
So what you have in the PU is these generic version that Zane did. This was the one that we had, the style that we did for the Aegis style, but it was still based on the idea of all this information being present. And we've decided that we wanted to really scale that back to be more contextual, to switch between modes. So that's one of the reasons why we're not really showing all the HUD and the MFD stuff now, is because we're in the process of
I wish this
the
was on
change. So
something
it's,
else like YouTube where I could
programmer on,
rewind
you
the
even saw it in
broadcast,
the
but
Need for
because it's
Speed
on
segment,
Twitch,
whereas a lot of that, like the modes
It's
stuff
live.
and everything, they've just sort of hacked in the modes to the current HUD stuff. But when the new one comes online, it should be much cleaner and easier to go. And
you can see
I don't
what
know if it
chat's
was
talking
too
about
clear on the
possibly.
video that we were seeing, but on the video we say we were originally in SCM mode,
Yep.
standard control mode, and then we switched to quantum mode. So the spool up wasn't really the spool up for the quantum boost. The spool up was just, there's a spool up as you go into quantum mode, your shield's powered down. So you there is some risk when you're in the fast
would they
traversal
have,
mode, and the quantum drive powers up. But once it's spooled up and you look at a place, you can boost towards it.
And it's just you press shift and it's.
I remember where they had the
And so
actual.
for people that want to, go, oh, what's that over there? People have been wanting to. I just want to like free quantum, right? There's people who want to do that for quite a while.
It's like
That
getting on your
basically is what
horse.
quantum boost is.
You know.
second start of the right and straight on till morning. So we've been talking about these flight experience stuff, the ship related stuff, the new UI stuff, the contextual changes and everything. We'll obviously show those as we get closer to being ready to show those. You talked a little bit about the star map. Again, not quite ready to show today.
This is what they've already gone over.
As far as those mapping things and getting around stuff, there's also
Apparently, I've got some.
the mini map. There's also the mini map, which has always been this promise of being able to find your way through either a really large ship or a space station or stuff like that.
But we're currently
what can you tell us about
on here, which is the last half.
Radar, as we call it, is
actually,
essentially it encapsulates the star map, it encapsulates
Talking
what's
ships.
in your cockpit, and it also encapsulates when you're in FPS, you have an FPS radar and scanner. And the mini-map is essentially a way for you to be able to, and you can access it both from your Mobi or it'll be on your HUD, a way for you to get the spatial awareness in, when you're in a 3D environment in FPS. So I think what we have in terms of the mini-map, it gives you that 3D isometric view that you can move around, and all the information in there is underpinned by the FPS radar and scanner. So the information that you're scanning in the environment is the information that you'll see on the minimap. So if you go into, say, a known location,
so this is like a wrap-up that's not even listed.
Microtech, that landing zone, essentially, that will be pushed to your Mobi glass. So you'll be able to then load up the minimap and go, okay, how do I get out of here? I mean, I've seen. Okay, how do I get out of here? I mean, I've seen so many different new players play Star Citizen. They're like, where do I go? So it'd be nice for us to be able to
Many? How about everyone?
Here's the spaceport. Here's where you go and buy food and drink. Here's where you go and buy weapons. And you can just go, cool, I open up my map, and it's like, oh, that's where I am. Oh, that's where I can go. And it gives you a map at your fingertips. But then when you're at an environment that is not, say, let's say you go to a Derek.
How about some night vision?
You'll be mapping that environment.
How about better night shaders so you can actually see what the hell you're doing?
The map on there that you can download, and then you have it to you. So it really allows us, again, Star Citizen, one of its strengths is that it's scale, but that's a challenge for us as developers to be able to give it to players and for them to be able to understand and navigate where they need to go. Because the first thing is, how do I play the game? Where do I need to go? What do I need to do? So, how do you play the game is about making the barrier to entry, the controls smooth and intuitive, what you understand, and then it's like, where do I need to go? Okay, well, this allows you, we have a mini-map here, and this allows you to go, oh, cool, there's the spaceport, there's the shuttle, or there's the train, or this is how I get to this area. And we can provide, missions that allow people to then navigate to those places so that then they understand, okay, this is how I get to a certain place. Because everybody, if somebody says to me tomorrow, come round to my house or go here, just give them a postcode and you put it in GPS. Everybody's
put it in Google Maps.
Exactly.
You need the street level version of it.
Yeah.
And so we've long wanted this. It's very critical for Squadron, but it's also I think important for the PU. And the concept is that some of the maps are sort of readily available. You just walk into a city, and the terminal auto connects to your Mobi or whatever, and you get the map downloaded. And some of them you may have to explore something, and then as you explore it, you map it, just like a sort of more traditional mapping technique. And there'll be some cases like we have some stuff in Squadron which I think would play perfectly well in PU, where like you don't have the map initially, but if you hack in or you can download it into a system, like Asiado is an example of, we've been showing it because we showed it a while back as a location. It's just one of the very, it's a minor location in terms of Squadron, but since we showed it, we thought, okay, that's a good.
It's just a good backdrop.
It's a good backdrop rather than just grey boxes. But that would be an example. Is you don't load the layout of that place, but you would have to go and hook into their system, download the map, and then now you would have it in your mini map. So what we have is we have some footage here which is showing how the visuals, the mini map, in terms of sort of an isometric render
in
the engine, in the UI, that will essentially become your mini map. But you'll have a more sort of reduced version with you in the middle as you're moving around. But if we run it, you'll see kind of what the tech is. So first, this is in the editor, but it's essentially what it does is it's taking our existing layouts, levels, ships, so we don't have to build this custom, but it's a way of applying certain shaders and marking up certain objects to be displayed, like the floor gets displayed but the walls don't. So we can just take the existing geometry you already have streamed in that you're walking around already,
I like that.
Use it to be rendered for our mini-map. So this is essentially in the engine using the Idris ship itself and the various parts of its interior to create the mini-map without any special. This doesn't have any specific custom like UI art for it, other than some of the like level things that say ground level or whatever.
It's one of the advantages of having high detailed ships.
Yeah.
Because the environment's already, already in a good state to show straight out the gate.
And so the idea of this being systemic is that when it's the feature and is ready to go, ready for prime time, we can just apply it to space station.
Yeah, because a lot of traditional game development, you have to make custom minimaps. Yeah. So you look at an environment and you go, we have to make a custom environment minimap. So if we want to support lots, tens,
that dude's mic is chapped.
Especially for the PU.
And absolutely, for the PU, it's just
dude in the white
not
shirt.
viable. So we wanted to come up with a solution that we can use, with minimal effort on the side of content creation, but gives us all of the information that we want. And this minimap is not just...
that would take a minute to get used to.
It can show you objectives, it can show you other people, it can show you information about those things. And again, it's all underpinned by the radar and scanner. So when we call it the minimap, this is just a kind of how you view your radar information in FPS. And your radar and scanner gives you so much more information than just, oh, that's the name of the door. It tells you what's the state, does it have power, can I hack it? If it's a person, what's their active status? Are they injured? So if you're
I'll give that guy a new mic.
I'm trying to do a medical mission. I've got a marker. I can go, cool. I can get a scan of the local lie of the area and go, right, this person's injured. Oh, his body's injured too. Oh, he's got a tier 1 injury. I'm going to go and help him before he bleeds out because I can see his health. And you'll be able to
I'm going to run up to him so I can watch him bleed out.
Yeah, it allows you to detect saboteurs or intruders.
Absolutely.
But then, using like the relay networking where those saboteurs and intruders can start pulling fuses and start hiding themselves from
Well,
scanning.
this will also underpin resource network.
Yeah, so exactly that the same visuals and tech is planned to drop into the resource. So if you're looking at like your schematic for the ship to where your relays are going to be, or security reasons, which doors are open or closed, basically it will pull up your holographic view of your ship like that using the same tech. So that the idea is those two things work well together.
All right, so we've been talking about the FPS stuff, the stuff that affects the player specifically, and we're going to touch a few more of those things before we leave today. We've moved up into space and talked about our flight experience and the scanning and the minimap and stuff. Now, from ourselves and our ships, let's talk about our enemies, our opponents, the entities we're going to encounter, and talk about some of the AI improvements that have been coming because of work on Squadron. What can you tell us?
So the AI systems that we have, we basically threw them away. So we found out we wanted to understand where we wanted to go, what we wanted to achieve, and over the years as I've worked in games, and I think probably Chris would attest to as well, is that the best AI are kind of some of the simpler AI that you have a really good solid foundation and you build on top of it. And I think our AI over the period of time that has been there, I think it's kind of had lots of different iterations, and it kind of lost its way a little bit.
Kythera, and then
yeah, it's kind of lost. So what we've done, and
well, they've also no one's the AI that's in the PU has never really had tuning time.
No, exactly, the focus.
And it was a basic implementation at the beginning, and then it's been rolled out, and there's so many other things going on that they really haven't had time to focus on it because you're playing, and with the servers running at 6 frames a second, there's a whole bunch of problems that come with this that doesn't help the AI out at all. So this is actually a really good example of where Squadron really helps, because we're saying, okay, don't worry about that. I mean, I'm sorry that the AI is kind of brain dead a lot of the times in the PU. It's a combination
standing on
the
chairs.
It's older logic and behaviors haven't been well developed, but also it's because of poor performance of the servers, and what's going to happen with server meshing is going to make a big difference for that. And there's other things that are happening in the background that will also make it better. But the advantage of taking it onto the Squadron side is that we can really just focus on the AI, the behaviors, iterating on it, adding sort of interest and complexity, and making them feel like real humans fighting you, or in the case of Vandal, real aliens fighting you, and not
or creatures.
Yeah. Well, hey, let's be quiet about that. But not get tied up in some other problems that come with multiplayer, come with online servers, and make that work really
there's eventually
good
going to
as
be
a single
animals on
player,
planets.
having fun, feeling challenged, feeling like I'm not just shooting dummies that jump up and I can easily blast. And when that all works, then comes across into the PU, especially when some of the later stuff's going to trigger in the PU, I think it'll be a whole different experience. And I won't argue it's been like a long, hard slog on the AI side. It's partly because we wanted to become really systemic, and we have a massive, especially in the PU, a massive world that can have all these different situations. So it's not, like if you're doing a standard FPS game, a Call of Duty, like the narrative parts of it, you know exactly where everyone's going to be, and you can sort of script actions for the AI to make them seem intelligent.
What the hell are they trying to fucking sell on Amazon now?
With us, all the different planets, all the different, can you be, locations on the planets or up in a spaceship, or all these different situations the AI could be in. There's no way you could script it all. So you need to make it systemic. It needs to understand the environment. It needs to have perception of what's happening around it, and be able to communicate with the other AI it's fighting alongside.
This is really starting to drag
like
on.
They're working as a team. And so that takes time to work. The AI team is been working on it for a long time, led by Francesco Riccucci, who's been doing a great job. And we absolutely have turned a corner this 100%. Year.
Pokemon.
Both me and Rich actually, we were playing it when some of the blast systems came in, and it was challenging to say the least.
Yes.
And challenging in a good way, in like the fact that we were like, okay, we want to clear everyone out. Like we were running Asiato as a test level. Okay, let's see if we can just run and gun and take all the slavers out.
No.
So I ask if there's drops.
I mean, Rich is a much better FPS player than me. I think I'm kind of okay, but Rich is much better. But no, we weren't all managed to get it. But I was like, I'm going home. I downloaded the build and home. I'm like, damn it, I'm gonna finish this level. I'm like, I almost managed to do it. I mean, it was it was like Elden Ring from software. Like I want to do it one more time. And it wasn't just that you were getting like a headshot or anything where it was like, okay, the AI is just supernatural and they can instantly shoot you. It was like they were moving around, they were anticipating where you were doing, they're trying to flank your areas. And
they're all blaming Jared, and it's not Jared.
Behaviors and systems that we've been working on in terms of like realistic perception, like they can hear a sound around a corner, but if you were 3-4 doors away or whatever, maybe they wouldn't hear you if you dropped something. And see where you were and see you in the peripheral vision, or they'd have different.
I mean, his jacket is rubbing on the mic, but his mic is the worst one. It's all crackling and popping.
More aggressive, and they're pushing
doing the white shirt
towards you, or they're defensive and they're staying behind cover, or they're trying to flank you. So there's a whole bunch of work that's done, and so on the AI side, I'm actually feeling like it's going to be some pretty great stuff. And so that is going to be stuff that will ultimately be coming to the PU, and it'll be really cool. But I don't know if Rich wants to add a bit to it.
Well, I need to ask something, because I've spent more than a single day on the internet before. When you say we've thrown everything away.
Well, actually, I was about to come back to that. So
because that's going to be the title of the Kotaku article.
Well, it's interesting because what we talked about is we identified everything that was there. So when I came on, I wanted to understand where we're talking years now. So what is there? How do we want to change it, and how do we want to manipulate it? So we're not throwing away the more technical underpinnings of the AI.
Subsumption's still there.
No, like subsumption, or like how they navigate and find around the world. It's more about the bits that you go and you tune, and the bits you tweak, and we call them behaviors, like AI behaviors. So what we did is we pulled all the AI back and stripped it back to essentially 3 base behaviors. Essentially, defender, so I want to stay back and cover and defend a location. A strafer, who kind of wants to siege you and wants to go behind you, and then pushers that kind of want to put pressure onto you. So we wanted to create these 3 core behaviors that the AI can choose to go, they can choose combat behaviors. This is. So once you've engaged in combat, they can then select one of these behaviors to engage you, so that you get a mixture of combat when you're fighting them, and obviously you might get 3 defenders, or you might get 1 strafer and 2 pushers. And we've got a video to show some of the behaviors. But then what we have is we have a trait system that sits on top of that, and that's where designers can go in and go, okay, I want this defender to be to always defend. He can never re-roll as another behavior, or I want him to be like a turret, so he never moves from cover to cover. Or I want pushers to be, I want always to be a pusher. I want them to, be aggressive. I want them to be reckless. I want them to have friendly fire. So we can go in and essentially we've got 3 base behaviors that just by themselves play well.
Watching your enemies shoot each other, the AI.
Is that a fun experience? Then you can start adding in all the other things on top. You go, okay, I want this trait and this trait. So you're crafting combat experiences. So in a PU mission, if you've got a ship coming in bringing AI reinforcements, we can say, okay, we can weight the behavior. So you're not getting the same thing every time, but you can go, okay, you get these guys who push, they're quite aggressive because that's their faction, whether it's Ninetales, or these guys are quite defensive, they're more military. And what we have is these traits that multiply the behavior. So now we've got multiple different things. And then you add different weapons in there. So you've got sniper rifles, so the different engagement ranges. And all of a sudden you have this matrix of individual behaviors that is multiplied into the hundreds that allows us to have a really strong combat experience that is not the same. It's not, Star Citizen, a game that you're going to be playing for thousands of hours. You don't want to just be having the same combat experience over and over again. And vice versa in Squadron, we want you to be able to ramp up the combat. We want to have factions play differently. We want you to have different experiences you play throughout the game. And when we looked at the AI combat behavior, that's something we identified. But then we also looked at perception and basically tweaked that and redid that in a way that allows us that, you're coming around the corner, it's not just instant headshot. Because to be honest, AI, it's very easy to make AI that are amazing, because they're just computer. They know where you are. They know exactly what they don't have to mouse aim. It's just instant headshot. It's very easy to make them too hard.
It's not human.
No, right? Exactly. What we want to do is we want to make it challenging but fair. And that is when Chris was talking about playing through Asiado, even though it was very challenging, when we died, it was because we made a mistake. It was like, okay, I didn't check my left when I came out here, and I'm like, I got taken out. And we've also looked at accuracy. So we've looked at accuracy as that, even a human, even a soldier.
That's where eventually we'll get to play.
Have a bead on a target and they pull the trigger. They take a time to adjust to it. So as soon as you pop out of cover, they're like, oh, someone's there. It's not instantly on you. They've got a bit of time. And then what we wanted to do is that we don't want AI to be 100% accurate, but we want you to still feel pressure. So we have a silhouette-based accuracy model now, so that if they do miss, you're getting that sense of like, pew, pew, it's kind of going past your head, and you're like, okay, I'm under pressure. And we want the AI to pressure you, but pressure you in a way that you feel like, oh, what? How did he shot me through a box? Like, he's pushing that way.
Or a wall.
You're like, okay,
or the ground right now.
And I'm being pincered. And I think that's where we've put our real focus on terms of how they perceive you.
I can't shoot them through a wall, but they can shoot me through a wall.
How do they perceive you in combat? And then we have pretty much 90% of what I've talked about there is in the game. We've had balanced passes. We've played it. It's a lot of fun. And then what we have on top of that is future things that we're going to be adding even more. So, we've got versions of them doing medic behavior and reviving allies and ammo management and all the other advanced combat behaviors that we can pull on top, which we're already working on, but they're underpinned by an absolute solid foundation. So if you strip all of it back just to those 3 base behaviors, the defender pushes strafer, is it fun? Because if it's not
dude bitching
there,
about the white guy talking too much and he got deleted.
Relying on putting stuff on top and going, oh, it's going to get fun when we do this. It's going to get fun when we do this. So we pulled it back so that you have a challenge, that you feel like you're being pushed, that you feel like you're under pressure. Because especially in Squadron, you're not a commando, you're a fighter pilot. Fighter pilots don't go in and they're not John Rambo. And again, in the PU, you could be a haulage trucker, or you might want to do something else. You might want to be doing just a homestead, so you want to do trading. And so when you get into FPS, we need to have the AI reflect the level of difficulty that we want to push into a persistent universe.
Yeah, and I would say, throwing away was
it's disingenuous.
But basically, game developer is iteration, right? So
and people really know that spam in this chat, huh?
Yeah, V3, V1 was the very first basic combat behavior, and it was the beginning, and there's a lot more systems now that underpin it. That's why we threw the base one away because we have more ones that are underpinned by, a lot more of the things we talked about, like perception, the accuracy, and all this other stuff that happens.
And within the context, you were speaking specifically of the FPS combat behaviors.
Correct.
Like the 7 segments I did about the bartenders, those are all still accurate.
No, social AI and combat behaviors. There is social.
We've redone the chow line yet again.
Social AI staying the
More
same.
mess hall? More mess hall?
The mess hall will never end.
Right.
But we'll also be using some of these tenets and ethos to push into the flight AI. So the flight AI, which I think was talked about in the earlier talk in terms of the jousting and how we want to have more close combat, things like accuracy and the behaviors and how they can roll different traits and how that's something that we'll have holistically across AI, across Star Citizen as a whole. We're showing it as the FPS, but it's very similar. So it's something that, we can show the clip of
we've got
what
those
we have.
poor Atmo esports guys waiting to do their race. So let's look at some videos.
Yeah. So what I'd suggest, I think, we'd probably show.
Let's please watch videos. Please.
Outside of,
Josh.
You just talked about combat.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of other behavior in terms of, because, like I said, stealth game plays a lot.
Yes.
So, Squadron is the test bed for that. So investigation, so like someone hears a noise, what's that? Let's go check it out. They radio their, back to base or their buddy, hey, I heard something here.
Yep.
Or if they get in a gunfight, they could actually call back, hey, I need reinforcements, and they'll come in. That's all behaviors that's working right now in Squadron.
Yep.
And then on top of that, you're making the joke about the bartender and all the rest of stuff. But really, the main cooking bed for what we call social AI, i.e. non-combat AI, is Squadron. There's a lot more stuff happening in Squadron that will come into the PU. So it's not just the bartender or even people eating at the chow line. It's engineers going about their daily business, or a janitor cleaning up messes that people leave systemically, or for instance
Flight attendants or hangar personnel.
Yeah, the hangar basically operating on the hangar, and then when they're not fixing something, they're having a conversation on the side. For instance, there's a whole dynamic conversation system that Francesco's been working on that allows our AI, say, aboard the Stanton, which is the interest that you're based in.
People
And it's
still
huge,
bitching about
the
them both
conversation,
talking.
When you're playing through a level and you can hear them talking to each other and reacting to what's happening, it all of a sudden brings that space to life.
So but the dynamic conversation system allows it. So we have some that are sort of more story scripted conversations, like if you eavesdrop on some people patrolling, and we've got some stuff we want to let you hear so you know where to go and stuff like that.
Yeah, the only reason why I want to watch this is there's a surprise at the end.
Sort of, whether it's.
I'm wondering whether the surprise at the end was
the conversation talking about
it's them talking about this crap
show they saw, or talking about what they think the best, ship thruster is. And there's a system in for that, and we're creating a recording. But that's also a system that's going to come into the PU that's going to create a huge amount of life. So when you go into a bar in the PU, or you're wandering around the big point of interest, the cities, people will be having conversations, gossiping, talking about, I heard there was something went on the Nine Tails attack.
This game was
but it will be
20 years to be made.
Systemic and dynamic.
It's going to take another 10 for them to even figure it out.
It just adds so much.
So let's look at some of this in action. We don't have the conversation system stuff to show today, but let's look at some of the investigation stuff, and then we'll look at some of the combat stuff you were talking about afterwards.
So we've actually got it as 2 videos. So there's the investigation in the test map, and what you're seeing here, in some respects, you might think that this is scripted, that this is something that we just put on a track. This is purely systemic. So if we captured this 20 different times, it would be 20. It would play out 20 different ways.
So those individual there is going away to hide behind that orangey boxy, whatever we want to call that color.
So that's the player.
He's going to go. This is essentially a standard for the player. The other 2 AI are searching for him at the moment. The white spheres you see are basically hiding or cover spots. And so as AI, this is a sort of debug mode, as the AI goes around and they search, the spheres go away, indicating that, okay, they've checked that place, so no one's actually there hiding out in cover. So, and they're both kind of working together. So their logic is they need to clear these rooms first, and then once the rooms are cleared, they can sort of go on.
So they share this information. So as they're clearing the cover points, and the cover points are basically all the nooks and crannies in the room, they're clearing the cover points and they're sharing together. So you'd see here that they're going, okay, this guy's coming in and go, okay, there's an open vent. Again, this is systemic. He's just coming to investigate this vent, but he's not cleared this entire room yet, so he's not going to progress. And he's just going to go and check the rest of the room alongside his buddy. And once they've then cleared it, they'll then progress. But again, here would be, you'd hear them talking to each other. I've not found him yet. Where is he? And again, we've got vents in here.
He's checking another vent there.
Yeah, so we also have other usables. So it might be, there's something you can hide in, or they're going through systemically, checking the usables, checking the cover points. And you can see there's only a few balls left now. The ones at the bottom right, and then the ones at the back that he's clearing. And then one of these enemies will then go, okay, we've checked everything in here. I'm now going to progress to the next space because that's where, they're not in here. I think they're going to go this way.
So you've come back. There's only one set of ones left. He's going to check it. He's going to come through here. Cleared those. So now he's coming around here. And
fire away!
And what you're seeing here with the bar, which starts off, is something that we've added for
fire
exception.
Away!
So they start off in green, and then it goes to yellow, then amber, then red. So once it goes to red, that's into full combat. But the previous states are kind of levels of, they go up based on levels of different perception. So a green they just might have seen you. That's the equivalent of going, huh? Did I see something? No.
And by the way, in the game, you don't see that. That's our
no,
debug.
that's our debug.
That's just indicating the level, and the level in the game would be.
But we'll have audio and visual
exactly.
representation for those levels. So the initial green one would just be like a head turn, maybe a verbal cue. Then you're getting into the yellow and amber. That's where they're turning to face the noise and going, I think I'm going to go check it out. And then, maybe they'll walk over there to investigate. Or if there's two of them, one of them would go, hey, you go check it out. And then he goes and checks it out. And then we have, obviously, the red, where it's like, there's a definite threat here. And once they've been threatened, like in most games, what happens is if you wait a long enough time, they will then de-escalate to the green. And it's like their minds have been, it's like MIB, they flash through memory, it's gone. In our game, what they do is they go to a threatened state. And in that threatened state, they'll still do their social activities and their functions, but they're more perceptive. So as soon as they see it, like, he's there again, they'll get into it. So it makes a difference that if you've gone loud at the start and then tried to hide, you can't just go, oh no, they'll forget about me. It has memory, and that will be the case in the PU as it is in Squadron. So,
and so that was on a test map.
Yes.
But we do have an example of it working.
Yep. So I'll
roll the clip. Let's take a look at the real deal.
So here's in Asiado in the decommissioned area. You can see the two AI in the distance catch you. And then this is kind of just a representation of it doing the same thing in a real environment. But obviously we wanted to show you the kind of the thing behind the curtain. What are they actually doing? They're checking cover points. They're checking the usables that are there. And then, in a lot of the cases when we actually captured this video, if we actually failed because they pincered the player and they actually found you before we were able to show you, what was happening. So it's really good to see how this transition from social into combat so that you can actually play through the game.
Better check that out.
So here he's checking a usable, which we've set up where he's just kind of like looking and checking, okay, is there anything there? Nothing there. And again, he's sharing that information with his buddy. So if you've got 2, 3, 4 AI that are searching, then obviously they're sharing and talking to each other and letting them know that nobody's found you.
You may not be able to see them, but you're going to know they're out there looking for you. And if you stay in the same place for too long, they will find you.
Yeah, so you can see the one in the background is actually looking over one of the vents, one of the railings, should I say, and then I think the Ross, who captured all these videos, I think he takes a bit of revenge.
And again, not scripted. It's systemic. They understand all the hiding places. This is their station. They understand the hiding places. They understand where to look, and they just go through.
Yeah, so you can drop these enemies in any environment, and they will play out like this. But obviously, the choices that they make at runtime will be different.
Wow.
And this is where we have to make sure that the AI that we're working on, even though we're working on it in Squadron, it has to work for the entirety of Star Citizen, in all the different environments, in all the different scenarios that you're put in. So it's a major improvement.
So that's hiding from the AI, but let's look at some of the combat tactics now. So let's do combat tactics 1.
So again, what you're seeing here is in a test map. We wanted to kind of show you a bird's eye view.
Yeah, look, they shoot like
God
police.
mode on so you can see it. And you can see the labels here. So we've got the defenders that kind of push to cover points.
About 80 rounds
we've got
and
the
only
pusher
hit you
who's kind of
twice.
pushing towards you. And then we've got the strafer who is kind of like taking more of a wider angle. Now, there are some similarities between all of the behaviors, but it depends on what happens. So whether they go to cover, you know, a pusher, for example, can still go from cover to cover. A defender can still go to cover. So it's not like you've got these binary choices. It's about weighting the different choices throughout the behavior so that the AI provides something different, but also applies pressure to you as a player so that you're having to react to the AI. You know, right now, our current AI, you basically get the jump on them and you can just take them all out. But in reality, what we want is we want you to react to the AI because they're pushing you and challenging you. And we want that challenge to be fair so that you feel like you've made the mistake when you eventually, or if you do, get taken out.
I want to get some of that God mode. Yeah. And then we have one more video showing the tactics situation. Let's take a look at that.
So this is just a short version but again, it's the same AI that have been dropped in, and they roll the dice for. They don't always become defenders or always become pushers or strafers. It can be random every time, so the combat experience is different. Oh. So you might all be pushers and they might all be defenders, but the way it works is if one of them rolls a defender, then the weight for them to roll another defender is lower. So essentially here you can see here that he's getting tagged a lot just because we want to show you the behaviors themselves rather than get taken out. So he's being a bit more aggressive than you probably would be able to.
That's going to make the eventual speed runs a lot harder because they're not just Goombas that do the same thing every time. You can't memorize the patterns.
And the other thing you might have noticed as well is that we're starting to have traversal opportunities for the AI. So they're not always just on the base map.
They can mantle over, in fact, I'm not sure we
crouch, mantle, climb ladders.
They can jump over railings and push you, or they can climb up onto things and shoot down on you. They can use ladders, they can do all sorts of stuff. So we're putting a fair amount of work into AI traversal so they sort of understand the environment and how to traverse over it other than just flat ground. And of course, on some of that, I think you saw some of that.
And they won't get stuck on a railing?
Some of the early shots missed and then they hit, and that's kind of what Rich was talking about earlier.
Nope.
Because, like Rich says, it's very easy to make AI aim perfectly all the time because they know exactly where you are.
Yeah.
They've got all the numbers, but that's not any fun. So the fun is making them feel real, like you're playing against another real player or a human.
All right, well, we are just about out of time. I think we got 2 more talking points
we
want to cover before we let you go.
Oh my God, no.
Let's start with one that might be surprising to some. Most people maybe not, they won't know about it. We haven't done a lot of talking about it in the past. Skills. There's what can you tell us about skills in Squadron 42?
So skills, it's not just Squadron 42, it will be Star Citizen as well.
You get
So we
to
split
have
them up
kidnapping
into kind of
skills.
two, areas. One is physical
All sorts
attributes. So we have 4 physical attributes such as strength, agility, endurance, and fitness. And then we have techniques, which is kind of like whether it's takedowns or traversal.
Maybe it's the techniques.
So if you look at the physical attributes, what we have.
Oh my God, yeah,
essentially
this
we're going
kept
to have a skill system that you can go and.
If you looked in chat and when I had it open, it was like everyone bitching about the 2 of them. Just kept talking. Moderation just kept deleting them.
Lift stronger things.
Quick as they were coming up, they were getting deleted.
Doesn't just allow you to lift heavier boxes, but it also means that your equip load that you can carry in your inventory is higher. That weight doesn't affect you as much, so you can sprint further because it's not affecting your stamina as much. Your force reactions, you're more resistant to that because you're stronger in yourself. Agility in terms of like weapon swapping or going to ADS. We have endurance, so that's, for example, like how resistant you are to the environment. If you look at, say, Navy SEAL training or SES training in Britain, essentially, they have cold weather training. They have, you can survive.
So you can acquire skill sets.
You can go longer without sustenance. And then that's what essentially endurance gives you.
I'm
And
starting to
also,
need
for
some
example, like
substance
G-force and
after
revving,
all
so
this
that
talking it in.
pilots train for that, so they can actually modulate their breathing, so they're actually able to sustain higher Gs than a normal person would be. And then you have fitness. So fitness, for example, you can have a higher stamina. So when we have swimming, you can swim longer.
I wish there was a fast forward
hold your
button.
breath longer. You can sprint longer. So we have these physical attributes, and we have multiple different ways for how you.
And it was going to last
improve
this long. I would have said it
and those
gone
physical
live at 3,
attributes
but
will denote how effective you are at certain things in the game. So, and that will come to obviously for flying as well as in FPS. But we're not going to be removing any of the skill elements. So there's nothing that we're going in there going, oh, you've got 10% more damage, or we're going to make you fly the plane better. It's like, no, that's always relying on your skill. This is the things that you can't necessarily improve. So, like I said, how fast you can sprint. Or
then I
how
get to
far you
cut
can
all this
sprint.
out later.
All of those different things.
I really
that
don't
tie
want
into
this in my
physical
stream
Well,
later.
it's like real life, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, like, you've got to spend some time if you want to increase your strength. Yes, you could naturally be born strong, but if you go to the gym and you start lifting weights, okay, I can do whatever. I can like bench press 100 pounds. Now I can do 120. Now I can do 140. Now I can do 160. Now I can do 180, right? Well, you couldn't do 180 right from the beginning. You had to work the same if you're like running, you work your way up to a marathon. And so
Yeah, it's
that's
not
kind
something
of
you
the
do
idea,
too much,
is there
huh,
are
Chris?
things that you do during the gameplay that your gameplay can.
I can't say much.
If you want to take some time and go to the gym and do some squats, you can get some strength up. And again, that's part of like making the living world. So if you want to invest in your character that way, in a sort of more realistic way, the way the world was, because like Rich says, we still want to
This
skill.
is really going to become The Sims in space.
Aim and shoot and do all the rest of the stuff. Then
I have hot tub parties too.
If that's something that makes sense for what your character is going to be. I mean, in Squadron's one thing, but in the PU, I'm a cargo hauler. I probably don't really need to be all buff and everything, because I'm sitting there in the cab of my Caterpillar hauling a bunch of cargo. But if I want to be a bounty hunter, maybe I want to invest some time. So if I'm in a foot race trying to take someone down, I can outrun them, Yeah,
because if you're wearing if you're wearing heavy armor and they're wearing heavy armor, and you've put effort into, skilling up your character, because you're saying, that's the dedicated area of focus that you want, you can run further than them. You can carry
You can make your guy a
that
jock.
are heavier than they can. You can equip.
Can I make
things
my
on
guy
the spot that
nerdy?
doesn't affect you as much. So all of those different physical attributes, it allows you to progress your character in those ways. And then we have the technique side of things. So we're going to have multiple different techniques for lots of different skills across the star system. But a good one to how to explain it is, it's almost like the 10,000 hours. If you do 10,000 hours kind of thing, you're better at something. So takedowns is a good example. So the first time you do a takedown, that's going to be quite sloppy. It's going to take quite a long time. You might struggle, and eventually you take them down, and it's like, oh, okay, the guy over there heard me. It's not very good. And after a certain amount of time that you practice at them,
more takedowns you do, the better
you'll get better. So then they'll change different animations. So now you'll unlock a different animation where it's smoother.
Steve Bender is very looking forward to doing all the versions of takedown from
because this is what the games need.
Super Killer Pro.
Yeah, and at the end ones, it'd be like, straight in, straight out. You lower him down onto the floor. It takes, it's much faster. But you've put in the effort to level that skill to a level that you want to achieve. And I think that's what skills is about. It's about giving players goals that they want to do.
We'll have the same for like, melee, like fist fighting,
melee combat,
or knife fighting. Longer term, we want to sort of, this is more PU, not Squadron, but introduce, say, more moves you could do in fights, say martial arts or whatever. You have to go somewhere.
Or traversal as well.
And learn them from someone, and then do it a bit more, and then you would get better. So these are all things you could gain, and that's kind of like you said, the idea of
right now there's more than just like
a
quick jab. There's like uppercuts and everything else.
Again, it's this is going to be.
You hit the right button combinations, it does the different things when you're in melee.
Essentially, build your character.
If you look at fighter pilots,
or hand-to-hand
Formula One kart races, they're absolutely extreme athletes. They don't just go get in the car and like the car does everything.
It's not the 70s.
No,
anymore.
exactly. You know, you don't.
They have a pint of beer before they go to try to race a Formula One or they play a football match.
Absolutely. So that's what it gives you. It gives us that ability for you to specialize your character in areas that if you really enjoy FPS, then you can push it there. If all you care about is flying ships because you want to be a fighter pilot, then you can be like, okay, I want to level up agility or I want to level up endurance because endurance allows me to hold more Gs. So, if that guy was going to black out, I'm not going to black out because I'm going to be able to do it. And it's those slight 1% differences that allow you to put some
help in dogfighting,
and you will be able to level them as you just play the game organically. So you're not going to have to go out and level them, like Chris said, squats. If you do squats, like that's the equivalent of us going from crouch to stand, essentially. It's like we will allow you to do things like that if you want to go and kind of like level them yourself, but you'll also just be able to level them by naturally playing what you like.
He's almost wanting them to shut up.
And microtech.
Well, we went all the info, and then the other thing that we're going to do, which will tie into the last thing you're going to talk about, is the way that you'll sort of track this is the same way as I've got an Apple Watch on here, and I can have my health app that will tell me kind of how unfit I am, right? Well, how fit I am. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's mostly unfit. But
yeah, we can see that.
That will be essentially one of the apps in the mobiGlas, and then one of the last, things that we were going to talk about as far as some of the stuff we're doing in Squadron, is there's a complete redo of the mobiGlas, and the first iteration is in Squadron. There's a sort of cut down set of apps in Squadron because it's the military mobiGlas, and you don't need all the cargo trading and all that kind of stuff that you would want in the PU. But it's a framework that we're building almost like our own
operating
MobiOS
system,
and it's all in building blocks, so all Flash stuff's gone away. It's been built to be extensible. There's been some tech and thought into how it looks and rendered, which is much nicer and transitions much better between the modes. And in Squadron, it's where you'll sort of be able to see.
Let's go, and I think I'm going to run into my kitchen really quick and start
but also like, okay, here's
late
my
lunch.
personal log of what's been going on in my life.
Let me know what I missed. I'll be right back.
Playing the game, here's my mission assignments. Here's the ship chat channel. And
the ship WhatsApp.
Yeah, the ship WhatsApp basically, obviously your nav map, star map, and all that will be in there.
And Galactopedia.
The Galactopedia, so you can look up, and then in the PU, it's going to just get expanded and maybe potentially have a slight UI difference to be not the military version, but be the civilian version. But it will
the air fryer running, throwing some nuggies.
So
guess we'll have some chicken nuggets, and
not just on the Mobi, but
hopefully by the time that's done, this is done, and we can all do something
a common building
more entertaining.
And we're trying to share the same base code stuff, so it's easier to support and maintain. Because one of the problems right now in the PU is because there's a hodgepodge of the old system, which is the old sort of.
But I'd honestly like to know what's coming in.
The new
hopefully, when they
really
think they're going to do something, but
stuff
this game is nothing but failed promises
big obstacles to
on
doing
timelines.
is actually the UI, and so Squadron's one of the ways that we're really going to sort of just clean the house and make it easier. So then in the PU, extending things will be easier and simpler. I don't know if you want to say anything more on the mobiGlas.
Well, I'd roll the clip that we have, and we can.
Let's roll the mobiGlas. Let's take a look.
Let's see what a new mobiGlas looks like.
So the first page that you'll see that's coming up right now is kind of like the overview. So it's the overview of your player, it's the overview of your ship, and then it's like your primary objective. So and all of these widgets that we call them are kind of shortcuts to the kind of the main focus areas.
See alerts as you go to the other page.
So you can see here we've got your messages. So this is kind of like the email client, and then on the right we've got kind of like the ship chat that's coming in with general chip chat from the AI, which again is kind of just making it believe that you're in this believable environment or a real life environment rather than just you alone.
So responsive compared to the old one.
Yeah, and it's just a lot cleaner, and the information. It's something that we've tried to be consistent across the HUD and the Mobi, is that we want to make sure that we're giving you clean information.
And you can see like the alerts. So the alerts are now cleared from the messaging app because we've read the messages, so it's gone. But there was an alert down on our mission side here, but now we've gone and looked at it. It's cleared. So that's the system. It's a framework. So like inside the, you'll get notifications or alerts. Oh, look, I got a new message over here.
Click on that one all the way to the right, second from the right.
And the biggest thing as well is
when you wanted to see what they wanted to show, what the star map's going to be.
Everybody's pretty much interfacing with computers. They're interfacing with emails and Google Chrome or search engines, and everybody does it every day. So when we come to things like the Mobiglass, we have to have a level of familiarity that people understand. It's like, okay, this is intuitive to use. And it comes back to really the original message that we started this talk with. We want to make sure that the game that you're playing, we're removing the barrier to the entry, we're removing the complexity so that you can enjoy the stuff that you want to enjoy, that you want to go and do. You want to go and do missions, you want to go and get equipment or find rare loot or join up with your friends. And I think a lot of the things when we look at this, where you go from player interaction experience to improve traversal, to improve HUD, star map, Mobi is a combination of that, where we want to provide
really want to see this new star map,
but we want to provide it in a way that you're familiar with, that you can go and go, we don't need to reinvent how you read emails, or we don't need to reinvent how you understand a mission, or, and you want to have the information on your Mobi, like, okay, tell me what am I about to, is my environment outside, is it breathable? Yeah. Do I need a helmet? Is it hot? Is it cold? You look at an Apple Watch, or my wife has an Apple Watch, so she's got a Fitbit, and it's like, okay, this is your heart rate, and this is your oxygen. You need to have that information at your fingertips so you can go, okay, I can now plan for what I'm about to do. And coming back to what Chris said earlier in terms of, you're not just going to be all wearing heavy armor going into the ships, and you might not have an EVA pack, and you've got to decide what you need to take out with you on specific missions. It comes back to bringing all these things together as a unified experience playing the game, and then you start to understand like why we've got an eating and drinking system, or actor status, or injuries, or readouts, and inventory, and hover trolleys, and the physicalized nature of the world. And when you start putting it all together, which is kind of, we're seeing that glimpse in Squadron 42, because we're able to focus on that experience, not just individual features. We're starting to not just see it, we're playing it. And I think that's what's really exciting to look at, to show you the progress that we're showing here today, is that nothing we've talked about is like, oh, we're going to start this in 6 months, or we're going to do this in 2 years, or we're going to do that. A lot of it we've already done, and we're in the position where we can go in there and play it and understand it and go, okay, let's tweak this, and let's start building on top of it of systems that we're really, confident in, technically and from a design point of view, so that we can build.
Air fryers going, nuggets are in.
It can scale in Star Citizen, because we've got the mini environment of Squadron, like the test bed of proving it out. And I think it's going to be a real benefit to the PU for when we push these features over, because also for the developers who are just specifically PU content, they've got an example of how to use these systems, and they understand how other developers have already gone through the mix of putting it into the game, and now they go, cool, there's documentation, I know how to go to it.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing, because as building the feature with the content means that, okay, you're doing the some of the traversal stuff we talked about. Well, here's where you're using it in Squadron, and here's how we use these different physical elements to make an interesting game experience. And that means that the PU team that's now going, oh, we want to do 10 of those or 100 of those, has good examples of how to use it, rather than here's a feature, you figure it out. Because again, that was a lot of things that went in with that. It's like trolleys, as we use an example, or the mounted guns are just features that didn't really have gameplay or use associated with them. So, there's a lot more going on in Squadron than just this, but we thought
this is just a snapshot.
It would be very good to talk about some of the core gameplay things that we're working on, because we know that people are saying, hey, we'd like these to be better, or this to be easier to use, or
keep looking at Jared, and Jared's like, oh,
absolutely, we know.
He knows he's dragging it
The
on.
plan is it's definitely going to be in the PU as well as Squadron, and Squadron is working on the PU too. Everybody.
What a great
All right, so that was our
set
version
of
of a
names.
short conversation about
Persistent
Squadron
Universe,
42
PU.
and the benefits to the persistent universe.
Right now, kind of
before we let you
PU.
go and get on to wrapping up our full day of activities, Chris, any final words you want to share with the Star Citizen community about Squadron 42? It's the co-development of 2 projects, how it'll affect Star Citizen. What do you got?
Well, I mean, I'd say that it's incredibly challenging trying to have develop 2 games side by side, also while you're building the tech as well.
But they're both the same game, kind of.
I have to say that the feedback, especially on the PU side that we see all the time, really helps inform as developers what we're doing all the time, and it informs what we do on the Squadron 42 side too, in terms of some of the base mechanics, some of the areas that we go, okay, well, we want to work on this thing and improve it. It's all the stuff we've really talked about this time. But for me, it's an incredible privilege to be building something of the level of ambition that we're doing on both Squadron but also Star Citizen, because ultimately I think that Star Citizen itself, in terms of an experience, in terms of how you can seamlessly go from sitting inside your ship, looking at your interior here, look at this constellation Phoenix, and walking outside onto a planet and looking at the foliage and the trees and seeing them out in the distance and walking over and being able to actually go there rather than it just be a background that you can never reach. The scope and scale, the sense of being able to go anywhere, do anything, that is something that most game engines and games generally just can't do and don't do. They're limited to more limited spaces, and we're utilizing in Squadron to give you a sort of single player experience that sort of feels like you're in a huge play environment system that you traverse around. I mean, we talked about the various types of quantum travel you're using and all the different down to the detail mechanics of picking up something off a desk and moving it over, and being able to build a system that can do that for the detail and fidelity that we're telling a really rich story in Squadron, but also a huge universe that you can exist in as a sandbox for everyone in the player is a complete, I mean, from a developer's standpoint, it's a dream. I mean, it's a dream I've had my whole life. Being able to do it because we're supported by the community out there is something I'm always eternally grateful for, and it's the best job in the world. So as much as it can be difficult sometimes, as much as it can be frustrating when you see everyone bitching about something or something's not working, or what kind of idiot did this, or which doesn't this person know how to run a project and all the rest of the stuff, it's still the best job in the world.
So you've read the feedback.
Well, of course, we all read the feedback. Every developer reads everything, but you need a thick skin. I mean, at the end of the day, you have a vision in your mind, and we're lucky enough to be able to really fulfill that. I mean, it's a bit of a Pandora's box that got opened when we realized we had the level of support to really go all the way, because it's a completely different scope of game now than 10 years ago. I was pitching a much more limited, sort of privateer, freelancer online, and a next generation wing commander. What we're building now is a completely different experience in terms of a lot more just fidelity and scope and possibility, and the idea that you can do and be anything in it, and if you can think it or imagine it or see it, you can go there, do it, do all those things. That is, like I said, I think there's almost nobody out there in the industry that has got the opportunity to do that. We're getting to do that here at CAG. It's thanks to everyone that's supporting the project, so like I said, it's hard work. No one slacks off. We're working really hard. We all wish we were doing stuff quicker and faster than we end up doing it, but it's not because we're just sitting here eating bonbons. So we are working really hard, and it's exciting. I mean, for me,
Still rambling on?
I look
Yes,
at
he is.
things we have in development and how far we've come. How far the game itself, even Star Citizen. I mean, this year there's more people playing it. There's more, spending more time in the game than there was last year, than the year before. I mean, we're accelerating. I think.
Yeah, they'll go away
that's
once they
partly
realize that
testament
it's
to the
still
game
not going to be
itself.
coming
Over the
out
last
any time in the
few
near
years,
future.
It's become more stable. It's become more performant. There's been more features and content added. So even
Yeah,
though
it's
we
gotten
still
better, though.
have a lot of things to go, and we talked about a lot of things we want to improve. It's more of a, yes, it's rough around the edges, but there is something there that keeps people coming back despite the frustrations, right? And I think it's that sense of you being able to go and do anything and be anything in the universe. And we're really committed to finishing that off and making that a really great experience that's frictionless. So, while it is challenging doing these two games together, it's also a hell of a lot of fun, and I'm, looking forward, over the next few years, because we got a whole bunch of really cool stuff coming down the pike, beyond what we already have here. That, it's a good time to be making games.
It is a lot of fun. It's I think video games, strangely, video games get this reputation of because it's hard work and because it's so difficult. It's like it's a job and it's like pain and whatever. But no, video games are fun. They're creative. They're expansive. They're collaborative. They're definitely iterative. And there's nothing else like it. No other industry in the world would have a weekly behind the scenes documentary series that I now get to do from a spaceship landed on one of Pyro's planets. Rich, you want to try to follow that?
So the only one thing I would say is that
Rich,
even though we are
just shut up.
focused on Squadron 42,
You've
we
talked
still
enough.
read all of the feedback in Spectrum, online, the comments or Reddit. So a lot of that feedback that's been come to the game over the years, we've taken that on board, and we're starting to execute on that feedback with some of the systems that are not as forefront in people's minds, such as like the interaction system and how you interface with the game and controls and the action queuing and traversal. And I think the biggest takeaway for me when we start to look at all these features is that don't think of it as feature. We're making the game. The biggest thing is that we're starting to put that game together and we can sit down and play it. And while Star Citizen, there already is a game there, this is about, making what's there even better and making sure that all the things that new players and existing players have had frustrations with, that we're smoothing them over and removing the friction. And then about injecting that new features on top that's going to just enhance it even further. So I think it's, in the next few years, it's going to be really exciting times. As Chris said, there's lots of things in the pipe. And I think some of the things that come online will be real game changers to not necessarily what you do, because that's going to be delivered by the content and the features and ships, but how you do it and how you interface with the game. And I think that's going to be a huge improvement. And I think that will, I think if you're a developer, it's something that's really important, because you've got to make sure that your game is, if they're not talking about that aspect of the game, then you've done it right. And I think that's where we're getting close on at least on Squadron 42, so that we can then map that over to the PU.
And then, of course, the only thing I want to add is that everything you've seen here today is work in progress. We've removed some of the locations and aspects where you've seen them to protect for spoilers and story elements of the game. But all this stuff is coming to the persistent universe at one point. The stuff we've been able to show you, the stuff we haven't been able to show you today. And if you were surprised by the skills part in particular, like we just kind of snuck that in there before the Moby-Glass, rest assured we will be following up on the skills conversation with visuals and a more in-depth discussion of how that'll work and how you'll
Better
interact
not have
with
been the
stuff as
surprise.
we get closer to being able to do so. So if you've already gone to Spectrum or Reddit or your YouTube thumbnail and added little red laser eyes to Richard Tyrer, that last part's okay, but everything else, we just ask that you hang tight and give us the benefit of the doubt. It'll be fine. So yeah, so thank you, Chris, thank you, Rich, for taking the time to talk a little bit of Squadron 42 with us and how it'll affect the PU. We are just about to wrap up our entire CitizenCon day here. But before we do, I want to throw it back to a video that we opened today's show with. It was a bunch of our developers and staff at our 5 studios around the world talking about their favorite things of the Star Citizen community. So we'd like to play that for you one more time. And when we come back, we'll put this whole baby to bed. So take a look.
Tell you what my favorite thing about the community is?
What am I gonna say?
It's gonna sound cliche, but
they believe as much as we do.
I love them because they continue to support us.
It's the only thing that's kept me going.
I've seen a lot of games and I've seen a lot of invested players, but
they're right there with us throughout the whole process.
It's unlike anything I've ever worked on.
The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are.
To new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day, and I find that
they're always happy to show people the ropes.
I found it very wholesome.
When I first did the CitizenCon, where I got to fly the Carrack, everyone was so supportive, and the cheers I got when we were flying through that wormhole was unbelievable.
Their effort they put into, like, their creativity.
Such as building a simulator inside of an entire RV or...
The cinemas. I love watching them on my lunch break.
I enjoy watching the videos on the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering the atmosphere that just looks really grand.
I love all the memes.
Some of the incredible fan art and passionate drive that you see come out of them is fantastic.
How they come up with crazy ideas each and every day and surprise me.
I really like all the crazy shenanigans they get up to in the PU.
Sorry, I'm gonna count down right now.
The new and exciting ways they find
to break shit.
Just the random stuff that you do. It's not like the gameplay we intend.
People doing crazy stunts in their ships.
I'm from the character team, and so I think it's cool when they show off all the ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community around events.
Going to Bar Citizen. It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to me in person. Even if they're like really frustrated, you can tell it's just, they have so much love for it.
I really like it when the community is very detail-oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
How much inspiration we get from them, from their ideas.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
The quick turnaround on feedback. I love that.
And how they're always interested in what's coming up.
I especially appreciate the people who are able to keep track of dates.
They, call us out.
It really impacts our decision-making process for, what did we do right? What did we do wrong?
It is the most rewarding thing in the entire development process.
We're not making the game alone. We're making it with the community.
Still keep faith in us.
They really do make all this possible. I'm living the dream. We all are.
My favorite thing about the community, it'd be impossible for me to narrow it down to one. And if somebody said you had to, I'd probably just turn and walk away.
And the community is at the heart of everything that Star Citizen is. So we've got one final addition before we wrap this up. The Community Hub was first introduced way back when, in 2015, 2016. I thought I had it, but I'm realizing I don't remember. It's needed some love, some TLC, some extra handling for some time. And finally, we're about to roll out Community Hub 2.0. So I'll throw it to Tyler and our friends at Turbulent to tell you more.
New Community Hub, huh?
Hi everyone, my name is Tyler Whitkin and I'm the Director of Community at Cloud Imperium Games. Each and every day we're taken aback by the tremendous amount of creative community content coming from all of you. From a small 3D printed MSR that fits in the palm of your hand, to a full-size replica sandcastle of a 300i. No joke, someone actually did that. In fact, maybe they can pop it up right here. Wow. On the community side, we've always felt that if our developers were going to push the boundaries of what's possible with technology, that we needed to match that level of ambition with the engagement and tools that we provide to help the community thrive. With the incredible amount of creative content flowing from our community, it was a no-brainer that we needed to find a better way to support that. So, we've teamed up with our good friends at Turbulent to completely rebuild the Community Hub. and we're very excited to show it to you today. The team has been hard at work and focused on building out a completely new platform that will make both sharing and browsing content easier than ever before.
To build this community hub, we really try to keep the Star Citizen identity, see what was good for the community and what they would like.
This is where most people will go when they want to search for new content or discover new people who play Star Citizen and make posts in the community hub. So it's a very good place to engage with others.
We want the community of Star Citizen to have this space that they deserve outside of the game, to keep talking and creating about the game, share and comment with each other.
Now, I know I'm a little biased, but for these reasons and for many others, I believe that the Star Citizen community is the best and the most creative community in all of gaming. In fact, if you agree, go ahead and drop an 07 in chat. Go ahead. By the way, this bit is pre-recorded, so I'm going to assume that you are spamming chat like crazy right now. Thank you. Don't let me down.
When creating a new post, you'll be able to choose between 3 post options. So that would be an audio, a video, and an image type of post. Inside of them, you'll be able to obviously put a title and description in there. But also to pick and choose from a variety of different categories your post relates to. And that comes and play into the Discover page.
On the Discover page, you can browse over all the content. You can also filter content with your preferences. For example, if I want to see only videos that are about cosplay, I can now filter that and find only videos about cosplay. And I can also sort them by popularity or by date.
When you first arrive on the Community Hub, you arrive on the homepage, which features top trending content as well as posts from people you follow. Because yes, you can now follow people on the new Community Hub. You have a live stream section, which you can see the top players who play Star Citizen right now. You have a tutorial section also on the front page, and there's also the sidebar.
And it's not just all about screenshots, videos, and crafts. It's also about the human connection we make with like-minded spacefarers that we've met along the way. It's about friendship. Personally, for me, I've made countless meaningful connections with so many people that I otherwise never would have met outside of this community. And many of those connections I know I will cherish and carry with me for the rest of my life. And I'm confident that many of you have similar stories, which is exactly why it was vital to us to find better ways to keep you all connected with one another.
The Community Hub is a place of creativity and exchange between all the Star Citizen players.
The team has put a lot of work in it. We're working on it since quite a long time. We really put a lot of love and care in this, and we really hope the community will enjoy as much as us.
So you can head over to our website, dive in, check out all the new features, break the new features. It's okay, it's part of the process. And as always, we want to hear your thoughts, so make sure to head over to our dedicated feedback thread on Spectrum and let us know what you think. And this is just the beginning. We've got so many cool things planned for the months ahead, such as site-wide notifications, a massive shared content calendar where you can sort between official CIG events and community-created and organized events, and so much more. And the best part about the new Community Hub? It's live right now.
And if I'm not mistaken, that new version of the Community Hub should be pushing live right about now. Or now. I don't know what time my watch is saying. It says it's like 12:30 in the morning. One last thing before we let you go, because we got more endings than a Lord of the Rings movie. Atmo Esports is running our 10th anniversary racing event, the new Babbage Bash, or the Babbage Bash, or something like that. That's immediately following this stream. We got a short video just telling you a little bit about who they are and what they do. So let's throw it to Atmo.
Excuse me. Coffee, cough, cough.
Atmo Esports operates a little differently. Born from emergent community events like the Demo Rally, the natural progression was to create esports events within an emergent environment and provide tournaments for esports teams in a unique way.
All right, here we go.
Every step you can count on me. Every step you can follow.
Whoa! Oh, baby, look at this race starting, guys!
Atmo volunteers create events within massive sandbox gaming environments and we work with talented community gamers to supply supporting roles such as camera crew, shoutcasters, event organisers, and so much more. Our team is a group of passionate professionals from all over the world, all with gaming in their veins. We operate purely online, and everything we do is created collaboratively.
It's gonna change the way we play
show
the
the
game.
new buggy racing. They already showed it earlier, but
4, 3, 2, 1, go!
oh come on.
Well, that's it. Another CitizenCon in the bag. The debut.
Well, that was lamer than I
our
thought.
new home for our evergreen, recurring weekly video content for the foreseeable future. Hope you enjoyed it. There's a ton of information that I'm sure is going to feed our content creators in the community for months and months to come.
I'll look for it when we're done here.
The last word on things shouldn't come from me. Let's throw it over to the peanut gallery, to our esteemed group of guests and visitors. Chris. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Let me get in here. There we go.
Get in here. Get in here.
Hey, what do you want to say?
I think I've said
Such a
quite a lot
dork.
already. I don't really need to see that
No,
much
you
more.
can do like 15 minutes more.
Well, let me start with back in 2012. All I'm going to say is that we wouldn't be here without all of you out there that have supported us over these years and believed in the project and the world and the universe that we're doing. I know everyone that meets everyone from the community out here really appreciates the sense of support and love that everyone puts in from your side and also from our side into the project. So we really appreciate that. This year's CitizenCon didn't quite have the big flashy demos that we've had in the past, but that's mostly because we've got a huge amount of people heads down working on getting Persistent End streaming out and 318, which
get it together.
We're going to go to Evocati this coming week, right, Aaron, we think, maybe?
We're absolutely working on it.
All right.
What?
So we'll see Guillaume over here. He's not Mike, so he can't really say much. But he's our Director of Development on Star Citizen Live. So we're working hard on that for this year, and that's going to be a massive patch with a lot of really cool features and gameplay in it.
Yeah, come on, man. 318 at least by the end of the year.
Very hard on Squadron 2. But it's been a great time. It's been an amazing ride so far. I'm looking forward to the future. So you did get some of you twinsies with you.
Yes.
There you go. And thank you very much. Happy birthday, Star Citizen. Happy birthday, the community.
Happy birthday,
Happy birthday.
Star Citizen.
Cheers.
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 Let's throw it to Atmo. Bye, everybody.
Goodbye. See you next year.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Cheers.
Anything else on that ending? Is that the end? Good to go. What are you doing to me here? I'm guessing that was it. All right. We'll flip over to here. We're going to get out of here. But yeah, looks like that is it on that. We're in here. Let's go in. Yeah, we'll go through the actual app. Open that up. Close that. Close that. Official site. Check out the new community hub. We're getting pounded in the back end right now. So try back later. See. I get my go back in here. Did we get new CitizenCon pack? The one last year. I got a Cutlass black plushie. Cool. So I am not seeing the new one. Huh. Alrighty. Oh, I said I was gonna do this. Let's go back here. Online development. Store. Okay. Let's take a look at ships, shall we? The new one. Ooh, where she is. Hey. That's her only picture, huh? Seriously? That's the new buggy. This ready in game? You don't say. What to do? What happened here? Oh. That's what happened there. Okay. $40. We're down 35 right now. The ST. What? What's the STV? Same thing, isn't it? Isn't that the same thing? I swear it was the same thing. TV. Why is it showing this? Oh, it's the. One's war bond and one's a pledge. Oh, lucky for me, it aired out. You're getting bombarded right now. Oh. On that note, let's start the game, shall we? I'll most likely pick one up. Oh. It's almost, it's 2:30 already. How time has flown. Just waiting for the game to fire up. Once that does, we'll actually start doing something. We're just sitting around. One day. Oh yeah, there's several people playing. Yeah. Windows sounds, sorry. Turn that off for a split second, right? Alright, let's see where we're at from the last 30K I had to deal with. Oh, we could turn that off. Well, at least we're at Everest.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Stand by.
I was in the middle of doing box missions this morning. 30K. What was it? Hangar 7? Well, 3 seconds. Memory of a goldfish. Ah, yes. Thanks, 30K. See how well this goes. Nope. Yeah. So we get to go have fun. Damn bastards. Start this. Next time.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Alright. I guess everybody gets a lesson in how to fix your floating ship. Come on, you can do it. There you go. Barrel. JS 400.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance vehicle selected. Stand by.
Hangar 7.
Your vehicle
Oh, Hangar 4. Hell. And it's how you fix it when it's fucking bottle's still there. Jesus Christ. Alright. Put the power plant back.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Please visit us again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
I feel like we've been here before.
Your vehicle has
Hey, we have been here before. Oh, no. Oh, what happened there? Wow, that was weird. Locked up for a minute. Yeah. And that's how you fix a floating ship. Of course, for whatever reason, the power is back on. Don't know why. What? Why are the interior lights on if the power wasn't on? Whatever. I'll take it. I'll take it. Alright, let's go look for some Halloween loot, shall we? Grab that one. Get the plane.
You are clear to launch.
No. I did not hit that button. That button. Much better. Pick up some packages.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Deliver some packages. Make absolutely no money doing it. Like I said, that's not what we're looking for. We're looking to try to find some Halloween masks. Cutlass, all slow as hell. Someone's already here. There's a rover out there, right? Oops. Landing gear's already down. That's the RSI rover. Is that the mule? Oh no. Cool. Windstorm. Want to leave the door open on this? Have to look. Oh, someone did. Good. Close the door. Close the door. I want a driver's seat. Is there a guy AFK in there right now that I can't see? Huh. Oh. Ah, I wasn't really there. Okay, I see, I see. Loot box. Doesn't really want to have what I want, but nada. Looking for red boxes. Keep your eye open for red boxes. Don't run out the door right now. Oh, oh. Still stumbled down the steps. One of the other buildings over there. That's all the storage containers, isn't it? No, that's one of the buildings. Oh, geez, some of the packages are in this one? That's gonna be a long walk. Guess we're moving the ship. I'm lazy. Wait, loot box. No loot box. Nothing but crap. Another white one. Nothing I need. I don't know why I keep looking at me. I know they're not going to have what I want. Oh, red ones. Yeah, we'll fly a ship back over here. Now time it's going to take to run both those packages back. Nice. Did I actually get hurt from that? No. So I gotta go in the other building over there to check it. Check this one. Grab this package at least. Ooh, red box. Oh, hey. I always take those. Oof. How about we just, we'll stick that in local, and stick this one in local. That local. What the hell? Why do I? Okay. I don't know why that helmet's here in local, but. The other ones. The white box. Root ain't worth shit. Alright, where's my box? Me and my box. Let's see if I can go down the stairs without dying. Come on. Come on. Oh, close. Tried. Drop this. Oh, come on. Did I check that building? Yeah, let's leave the gate up. Down, should I say? Yes. Something. Nope. That was a bust. Swing over there and go pick up those other two. And go dropping them off. A little too much. Yeah, walking sucks. If I had the use of tractor beam, that'd be great. It's probably gonna be heavy as shit. It's not bad. Alright, let's go see what we can find where we're dropping this shit off. Why do I always crouch whenever I come out of inventory? Well, fire up. Yeah, I was about looking for any helmets there, so hopefully we can find some at the other 3 places. Oh, yeah, that was getting dropped off. That one's actually on this planet. Get this one done. And of course it's nighttime. Yeah, there's a package there. That's a ship there. And new defender. Great. Well, that means it's already been looted. That was 7-9. You better not target me outside of Armistice. We'll see. No. Yes. There you go. Good package. You don't even bother to look in the white boxes. I mean, I don't blame them. Usually nothing but crap in here anyway. I get lucky. Might spawn new boxes between him and leaving. But, you know, one can hope. The rental office over there. I hit the button. Open. Ooh, there's a nice rubber band. Ah, that one's been looted. Emptied. Oh, that was the only one. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Again, memory of a goldfish. See if you hit the rental office over there. Where was it? There it is, way over there. They thought this out, huh? I know. Fuck's sake. white box. Yeah, if I needed a med gun, I'd have plenty of them by now. One building left. We went in that one, didn't we? We went in that one. Then the admin office. Went in that one. Alright, we went in all of them. Never mind. Yeah, we went in all of them. See what else we can find. Two more places to go. The other place was on this side. Where's the other one? Closer than that. 51 versus 93. Yeah. Okay, you leave atmosphere right here. Hopefully we find something here, but right now they're like all being raided nonstop. Yeah, okay. Another one here. This plan sucks. Got that low hanging like fog everywhere. Forest. again, another rated outpost. 11. Open sesame. I've got that same ship in that same color. How original. Red box. I wonder if it's already been hit. White box. Oh, oh, oh. In the box. Without killing me. Ooh, it hasn't been hit. What is that? Have anything in it? Nope. No Man's Sky. Silly boy. Can't help you, man. Don't know how to do that anymore. Yeah. What I had earlier was literally a snack. I'm starting to get hungry again. Oh boy, this guy. He didn't. Don't worry, bud. I'm cool. I'm not here to fuck with your ship. I'm just cutting across the pad, bud. What'd you get? Anything good?
Nah, no helmets. Just some food supplies, really.
Gotcha. No red boxes?
Yeah, I'm looking for the red boxes. Did you get any helmets so far?
I've gotten a couple of like the Scarecrow helmets. But none of the none of the furry ones or anything else. There was a red box over in the admin terminal, but it didn't have anything in it that was anything good. It just had a chest piece. I'm just doing delivery missions, man. Makes you bop around between them all. Might as well get paid to do it.
Yeah.
But cool, man. Like I said, I wasn't here to dick with your ship. I'm just cutting across. But if they're empty, I'll just head to the next one. So.
Yeah, there was nothing good there.
Cool. Have a good one. Yep, later. Well, that was a peaceful interaction, wasn't it? Wonder if we got to check any of this one. You missed the one in the admin office. You might not have made it over here yet. Oh, there's two of them in here. Oh, shit. One more. I didn't have that one yet. Come on, furry helmet. Come on, come on, come on. Ah, garbage. Put that in local. Is there another one on the other side? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. No. Lame. Yeah, we all know the white ones have lame shit. They're just like food boxes and shit. And those are like riding pants. Sweet. Got one more helmet. Well, he missed out on that one. I can't believe he left his elevator down. I'm about to walk off with that thing. Just to prove a point. I'm not leaving your elevator down, of course. That would have been the point. Get off this shitty planet. One stop left. I was going to Magna. I wish I still had the rock on. You gotta do some mining while I was there too. No one at this one. Oh, I spoke too soon. Maybe. What's that ping that I got? Awesome. There's a big storm. See all the clouds blowing through it? Oh man, this one on the pad. Ooh, a little rough. Amen. And of course, with the other side. Running in circles, I am. No, 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 don't rubber band and die going in a doorway. No, come on. Jesus. Hey, nope. Hey. I'm gonna play this game. No, 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 no. Don't kill me like that. Try this way. Hey. No. Hey. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. Oh, there you go. Stay. He's us. Not even any kind of box. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to smack the mic there. Come in. No. I've never seen a red box there before. Furby helmet. Oh, I already have a ton of those. I'll take another one up. Oh. Med gun after med gun. What you gonna make us for dinner, GT? What system am I in? I have to make a trip over to one of the groweries. See if I can't pick up anything on one of those. This looks pretty empty. And the Express, huh? No, I was actually thinking of getting some Panda Express. That's funny. What the fuck is ship rental? There it is. Problem is I have to wait until I'm done doing all this. I'm not gonna have someone deliver it. It's bullshit. Can't do Grubhub and all that crap, man. I'm not paying someone the price of my meal, if not more, just to deliver it to me. Not that lazy yet. Yeah, that was every building, I think, now at that point. Gonna let me refuel. Oh, hey, look at. What we got for contracts? I'm at Perlman. Be sure I'm at Perlman. Well, that burns that one. You know, I don't like that Kung Pao. Well, I'm not a fan of Kung Pao actually anyway. Not a big fan of like the whole, what the fuck? Not a fan of the whole peanuts in that type of food. What the fucking rubber band in hell? Usually when I go there, I get the Angus steak one and the sweet fire chicken. Then their teriyaki chicken every once in a while. Broccoli and beef every once in a while. Oh, cool. Now there's a 400 I hear. The sweet fire is actually pretty good. Like the pineapple chunks in it. All right, and we're off. Every once in a while, the Beijing beef. Very rarely, though. Oh, yeah, well, I like looking everywhere. And their spring rolls suck. Their egg rolls suck. I get them, but they suck. I gotta pick another one up off of Magma here. That one right there. Nope. Bumping into my microphone. What you doing? Just this, that's all you decided to do, huh? Okay. Let's try again. You might get it right this time. No? That's on the other side of the planet, you goofy ass game. There you go. Now you figured it out. Oh my god, another ship there. The hell? Guaranteed the same bandage defender. What he just took off. Too lazy to walk to the landing pad. Whoa, he almost clipped me. Bastard. He's still out there? Oh, that's the windstorm. I don't know why I continue to look in these things. Alright, where's my peekage? Package? Over in the other building. Okay. Apparently not in this one. No, that's the package I already had. 15 meters, right there. Damn it. The building's right there too, huh? If you missed anything, sometimes stuff, like I said, he might not have seen a red box, and then he leaves the building, and then a red box will spawn. But nope, he looted those. Missed that one though. Where's the rental office here? Not back there. Not over there. At the admin office I was in. Didn't hit. Attempts were made. And this one over there somewhere, I don't know. Well, the only thing I'd have left would be the rental office. I think he already hit too. White box, that's not hit. Alright, one more package to pick up and then off the delivery. I was trying to do this, like I said, early this morning. I just kept getting 30K. Pissing me off. That's one is on another planet. Where are my OM points? I want to drop off. I want to pick up. Aberdeen. See what we get here. Probably not gonna be any better. Not too much. Far so good. I'm sitting on something. Guarantee I'm sitting on something. No? Whoa, my guy, what are you doing? I love this game sometimes. I have to take a cave mission or two. Come on, you can do it. Not that there's anything in there I need. Yeah, exactly. Nope. I'm not even gonna go on that one. Fuck it. It's not a red box. It's not worth my time. White ones just don't have anything I need. Gonna sell the fire extinguisher. Oh yeah, so let's pick up a package. The whole reason I went in this one first. Preoccupied with loot. ET, did you see I played Jesus, not this again. GT Grid Legends. Horrible. Horrible game. Lets me down compared to what the other ones were. Grid Legends racing game. There was Grid, then there was like Grid 2. Can't remember if there was a Grid 3. This, oh god, it's horrible. It's on Xbox. Well, it's on PlayStation and Xbox. It's cross-platform. I don't know what to, or what. It's horrible. 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 So disappointed. Yeah, like downloaded it and everything off of Xbox Game Pass, and I played it for 2 hours and turned it off. It was bad. Bad. Yeah, I was pretty bummed. Like, the only thing you have is, like, the storyline, and then campaign mode, and then, like, servers. Like, multiplayer servers. There was, like, no way, or no easy way that I could find to, like, just say, I want to race this map with no AI, or maybe with some AI. Like, there was none of that. Like, there was no, like, individual challenges. Like, horrible. Compared to what the other ones were, it was horrible. And, like, in I guess I was playing a storyline mode, it was just, like, shoving you into different cars in different races with, like, you having no ability of deciding what car you wanted to race or, like, anything like that. God damn it, there's someone at this one, too. That's the same goddamn Banu Defender. Don't worry about the boxes later. I want to see if he's gotten into all these buildings. Everybody seems to be playing peacefully. Why is that already open? Oh boy, in here and invisible. I can't see him. Jesus. Buildings are a little spread out here, huh? And tells me he's already been in here. Look at white box. If you lock the ship. What's up, bud? Seem to keep going the same places you keep going. Yeah. Guess we'll deliver these boxes and move on to something else. I'll get dropped off the same place as far as I know. As I remember. Hey. Oh, thumbs up. Hey, thumbs up. Like I really need 8,000 off. Yeah, at least we were able to find one helmet so far. Making sure it didn't go on a shelf somewhere. Next one. Oh, of course, it's the heavy one. Of course, I leave my ramp down. Right. Nothing on that ship I don't already have. Those white boxes there before? Many respawned new loot boxes. No, stay in there. Boy. Were they there the last time? Keep down beneath you. I got lucky. Got it. Those white boxes were there. Were they there? And then they regenerated. We'll go check. With these two buildings. Might have gotten lucky. I doubt it. White boxes. Oh, I don't remember there being two in that one like that. Gas building. I doubt it, but no, white box, it's already been open. Nah, out of here. More delivery missions or something else. Can't always just be on one planet, huh? There's one of those at a cave. Do that, but these don't give you anything right now as far as what I'm looking for. Hello? Let's see what kind of loot we can grab out of a cave, shall we? Get off of this pig. No endpoint, maybe. Use this as an OM point. I don't think we're gonna find what I'm looking for here. But it's worth a shot. Pretty sure it was just outposts and like research facilities, or but like, oh, it's a cave. I can't lock onto it. God damn it. There. A little closer. Far away is that? Never gonna be quick enough. How much big about him even further away than I was before. Same amount. Cruise control it is. And well, that's flying there, we can do other things. This is where they need to implement that, whatchamacallit, quantum boost. Long flight to nowhere. And I know it's not gonna have any red boxes. Like, the caves never have any red boxes. They used to have red boxes. Can't remember if they said those masks were gonna be in whatchamacallit or not. Caves. Here are just outposts. Things like that. No bunkers. I could use some more new Nerf guns. So. Trying to think what else I have to eat in the house so I don't have to go anywhere. Not a whole lot of anything. thing on target here. Turn off cruise control. Come on, I need to black out now. It's got plenty of gems down there. That ground isn't too goofy. Let's power off. Didn't think of so. Good. Oh, no. Don't do stupid stuff like that. No. Go back up, please. Of course not. You son of a bitch. Yeah, that shader's having some problems. Oh, god dang, really? That quick, you're gonna be right up on me? Oh, there's a flashlight. I just caught that out of the corner of my eye. Another one coming? Oh god, there's another one coming. Don't shoot me. Where are you? Just seeing that thing moving around. Give me your money. Or in this case, your gems. Give me your goddamn gems. Should be two guys down here. There's one. There's the other one. There's actually a third one, I think, back over there. Did I not clip him? Please reload and aim. See him getting all squirrely over there? There's number 3. Arcade? I keep forgetting I got that helmet. I got a backpack. Got in it there, backpack buddy. Nothing good, really. Got in your chest. In here. Nada. Your loot box. No. There's one. Nothing I need. I do have a med gun on me, right? I don't have a med gun on me. Do I have med pen? Looks like I do. Maybe. All right, maybe I do need this. Those. Okay. Well, there are loot boxes here. Alright, they're down. Nothing. Any more? That was a loot box for a minute. Need to get some filters on here. It's a little easier. Why does he have 2 med guns on him? Uh-oh. My backpack's full. Huh. Well then, let's do this. No matter which way you go here. Pocket that. Bring out this. Which one of these guys had a backpack? Wasn't that one? Where's the other guy? That guy. See if it's running. No. That is, oh shit, because it's trying to drop it into there. God damn it, I gotta manually do this. Can I not drop it in there? What? Fuck you. You know what? I'm still gonna take your fucking backpack. Yeah. I guess technically I could dump my backpack and pick that one up, but I don't trust that. Hey. Go dump old boy in. Come here. You get the hell out of here. We'll come back to him. No, the whole point is that I gotta dump shit in my backpack. It's gonna be a mess. You gonna let me close it again? No, you're gonna be bugged, aren't you? Yeah, bugged. Sweet. Yeah. Now we can do this. Inventory. That's good. Now we can have fun. Done. I love it. Yeah, we can go in there. We don't need this stuff right now. That can go in there. Right now, I think. Hey. Whatever. Strip you clean. No. Vehicle. Helmet. Undersuit. There you go. Fuck out my ship. That's still bugged. Awesome. Let's fix this mess. This is a little flatter up here. Yeah, hopefully this does a little better. Yay. Guy's just taking a nap. Sleeping on the job. Killed those two dudes. That's just the dead end. A guy? No. So, where's the actual way down? That is not it. Ain't no way that's supposed to be it. Nope. Nope. Get there. No, 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 no. Well, that's it now. That's the way out. Yeah, that's the way out. Making sure I didn't miss anybody here to kill. Oh, alright. Go this way. Haven't done this cave in a minute. Didn't be anything up there, nothing I remember. Could be down here. And they shall all be in a giant clusterfuck down here. Yeah, there's one, there's two. One down, bud. Should probably turn that off, eh? No, I'm not gonna give you a chance to shoot me. Let's see if everybody else comes running. No. Where the hell the other guy went? Oh, come on. Where the hell's this other guy? Look, yeah. That's a guy way over there. Oh, I'm gonna miss it. I guess I'll clear it while I'm down here. No. Where is the climb out? I thought it was right there. Oh, it's right here. Come on. I see you, yellow. Fuck with me. Oh. There. Grab one. Grab that. Grab it. Oh, quit falling off, man. Jump up there, you dumb fucker. You supposed to go on that little lip? What a pain in the asshole. There we go, you fucker. Get on top. There. Which way am I going? This way. I can't remember if you gotta jump over to this one and then hope you don't go down there again. And over here. What a pain in the ass. This should overlook these guys. Oh, hi. Don't mind me. There's the other guy. There's another guy out over there, wasn't there? There he is. Oh, where? Ow. Where? Oh. You fucker. Come on, poke your head out. I see you back there, bastard. Loot your ass first. Okay. That was all of them, yeah. He's loaded. Anything in here? Anything in here? Yeah. Go find your other friends now. There he is. That's a close call. The other two guys I just clipped. You are. 3 guys. They're gonna have more shit than I can carry. Yeah. One guy left. Maybe I'll get it all. Last guy, where is he? There's that guy, right? Ruh-roh, I need Windows update. Thanks for letting me know in the middle of doing this. Stupid ass Windows. Alrighty, man. Have a good one. I'm sure I'll talk to you sooner or later. There should be little spots up in here to check. No. Damn it. It never goes right. I want to say every time I've ever gone prone down in here, I've gotten stuck. Well, made it that time. No other loot boxes that I'm seeing. Nope. Oh, there's one. What you got in you? Oof. There's a small box for a lot of stuff. Wish I could pick it up. And full. Not what I was looking for anyway. Don't get stuck on terrain, please. Oh, that goes nowhere. Get the hell out of here. Up, and up. There you go. There's the way out. I hate this. No, missed it. Oh, don't get stuck in there. Don't get stuck in there. Don't get stuck in there. Hey, that time it actually worked. Oh, didn't make it. Oh, didn't make it. Oh, didn't make it. Ah, bitch. Come on, get up there. Ah. If it wasn't low grab, you know, it wouldn't be as bad. It might actually work right, but not in low grab. God damn, what a pain in the ass. Yeah, I made it in one shot. Alright. Jesus. Yeah, this dumpster pile. Nope. No, 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 don't fall down there again. Not a loot box, right? No. Need a water in a little bit, that's for sure. You know what? Let's take backpack boy number 2 here. Oh, no, not that way. Come here. Come back here. This way. Get off. I'll watch them cartwheel off everything. Oh crap, I need water. Why is my ramp down? Didn't I put that back up? Oh crap. Did someone break into my ship? Where I put that down? Whatever. Take it all. Oh. Will you fuck off and get in there? How? Has he got that up his ass? I mean, where's he hiding at? Whatever. Get the fuck out of my ship. I need some water. And I believe I have some in inventory. Wow, look there. For a minute, I thought that said spit. Guzzle, 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 drink, drink, drink. Cool, animation's broken. Helpful animation, huh? Come on, finish the stupid bottle off. Ugh, what a pain in the ass. Get the hell out of my ship. Got another one? Pretty important aspect of the game. I mean, they make you constantly hydrate and shit. Like, how did it get this far without anybody being like, oh, look, it's broken? And yes, I littered. And before I forget. Let me take a look at that once we get back at the space station. Everestus. Apparently I'm hurting. Oh, that's right. I already plotted a course. Derp.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
No? Damn it.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
No, not gonna give me services. vehicles. All I got. Alright. That makes life so much easier. Alright. Hill up out of here. Close.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Why didn't I have a backpack on? Oh, I did. That is something. The elevator just steal my backpack and my gun? Oh, I know what happened. Okay, never mind. We gotta do this. Armor. I know what happened. Is that not it? Oh, no, okay. Clear. Where's clear? Clear to the top. Third. Okay. Alright. There is the rest of my stuff. No, it would probably be easier to do this. How did it even get? It's funny. I wasn't even wearing the Defiance Core Sun Chaser. Somehow that got stuck on there. That's cute. Alright. Let's do this again here. Other. Maybe. Let's see. There we go. Sweet. That. Take that off. Take that off. Alright. Go get this crap sold. What do I have? Oh, there was still stuff on the ship. Okay. Thought I had transferred it from there. Oh, no. I thought I transferred it from there. Whatever. Whatever. Am I at 12 mil? Yep. Gotta go to the hospital. Got them all hurting. Let me in. What? How you get no treatment needed? I have a tier 3 on my chest and my upper arm. Okay. I'll take it, I guess. Interrupt day, bud. It'll get better. What does this cat look like? No, not that button. Not that button either. Get back up. Get up. Well then. I thought his mouse might move when I use voice activation. No such luck. Nope. No mouth movement. F4 and that button. Who's talking? This guy talking? What you talking about? Alright. What else we got going on here? Peppers, huh? Yeah, your mic is working. I don't know if those are going to be... Hunger is starting to set in. I think we might actually call it a day for right now and get myself some dinner, and maybe I'll be back on later on this evening, and if I am, I might go and stream over on Twitch for that, and then that way I can get them both going this weekend, since I haven't been on either one of them for like a week or so. I want to thank everybody for stopping by. I want to thank you for the likes, and hope you have a good weekend. If I don't see you in the next stream, have a good one.